Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του Δέσφα στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία, ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα, που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενους μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ, στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
Energy is an ever-evolving force, timeless, ever-changing. Our story began in 1972. Ever since, we have been fueling countless of your moments every single day. We support the Greek economy from the very start. Our investment plan aims at a better future for all. We continuously contribute to the energy stability of Greece. We stand by the Greek society. We rise to the challenge of the constantly growing energy needs of our times. We care about the environment, and we are focusing on people's needs. We combine knowledge and growth. We lead the way with new, innovative solutions. We invest in new, environmentally friendly forms of energy. We provide more options, more alternatives. Energy is ever evolving. With the driving force of energy, we move forward into the future.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη. σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του ΔΕΣΦΑ στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
Αγαπητές φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι, καλημέρα σας.
Dear friends, good morning. Good morning to all of you being here today and to all of those joining us online. As you are well aware, we are web streaming this event. Welcome to the 7th Power and Gas Forum organized by Energypress. Our conference was launched in 2019 on the basis of a recommendation of the market and has been capturing how things are going in the power and gas market. This year's conference takes place in a very critical moment. I think we all are all well aware of that. If you watch the news, things are topsy-turvy. The war in the Middle East is escalating, and the war in Ukraine is also pushing forward, although we're not watching that in the news. The energy market is really volatile, is really sensitive to these fluctuations, both in terms of exchange markets and in the pocket of the consumer. The developments for Greece are titanic. The new crisis emerged at a moment that the European Union has taken the decision to step down from Russian gas and is trying to find a new role in Southeast Europe. I'm talking about Greece in terms of promotion and supply of energy up to the northern part of Europe, LNG being included. On the other side, in terms of electricity, there has been a discussion in the European Union about whether changes in the architecture of the market should take place in view of the new demand to cut energy prices and boost the industry. A central pillar of this conference can therefore be the new developments in the market based on the advancements and the developments in our neighborhood. Nevertheless, a wide group of esteemed speakers whom I'd like to thank will elaborate on the deficiencies in the Greek market and the need for interventions in regulatory framework, infrastructure that is being developed, energy management in the grid system, the new conditions shaped by the introduction of data centers, as well as the new debate on the nuclear power development in Greece. As you have already observed in the agenda, there are going to be discussions based on the new hydrocarbon program being developed, and we will talk about the huge problems that are emerging and need to be tackled in the renewable energy sector, as well as the associated activities. I would like to thank the esteemed, distinguished guests. I would like to thank the political leadership and all bodies, professors, the academia, the market, and the industry. Would like to ask you to stick to the time in order to keep the agenda. This is a long 2-day conference. As I've already mentioned, we are web streaming this conference, and the statistics from the previous years show that dozens, thousand people are watching the proceedings of this conference, and this is why we need to stick to the time as well, respecting their time. Minor changes in the program are obvious if you scan the QR code in the entrance of the conference hall. Last but not least, I would like to thank the sponsors, the entire market who are supporting us. This organization could not have taken place if they were not there. Their contribution is valuable. We will start off right away with the main part of the conference and a discussion between Kostas Deligiannis, an esteemed colleague who is writing at Energypress, with the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Stavros Papastavrou. Minister, thank you very much for joining us today. It is an honor to have you, and you're actually continuing a tradition from the first conference. All ministers have been present in the opening of the proceedings of this conference. Thank you very much for that. And we're looking forward to listening to the political leadership thoughts for the conference that will take place in the next 2 days. Kostas, you have the floor. Minister, we'd like to thank you for joining us today, and let's start off. Well, thank you, says the Minister. I'm a traditional type of person. I didn't know this is a tradition, but let me start off by saying that the energy sector is at the core of the economic and the geopolitical reality, and therefore it is very important to have efforts such as this one, organized by Energypress and journalists who objectively write about this sector of the market, who can analyze, who can critically observe and build a channel between the market and the public in a sector that had been a specialized sector and was relevant to those doing business there. This is changing, and it is of great importance for the public to be informed about the developments because they impact their daily life. Let's start with that, the implications and the conflict in the Middle East that is marching on. Do you believe that the repercussions in the energy market will lead to a long-standing energy crisis? On the other hand, you have repeatedly said that the concentrated efforts and measures should be taken at the European level that should not have a financial impact. Does the European Commission take steps towards this direction? And what is your thoughts about the reflectives, about the way the European Commission is reacting? Well, truth be told, at the first meeting we had on March 15, the discussion at the Council of Ministers of Energy was not optimistic. There were many countries that didn't like to discuss that. They thought that this crisis would be a provisional one, and they preferred for an organized discussion in June without going into specific measures, without looking back to what we did in 2022. This was a rather, well, not that, it wasn't a hot start, so to speak. But then things changed. There was a unanimous decision based on 4 axes, namely that the European Union should react in a concentrated manner, and this should not impede the flexibility of the EU countries. And then interim measures should be taken into consideration, should be elaborated on, and a daily exchange of ideas and thoughts should take place between the EU member states. You know, at the energy minister level, there wasn't even a platform where we could exchange opinions on a daily basis. Europe, when it stands before challenges, takes steps ahead. This is what history has told us. And this was the case in 2010 when we took measures to introduce the ESM in 2012, and then the migration crisis that led to the advancement and reinforcement of Eurojust, the pandemics that led to the RRF establishment. And this crisis as well should be an accelerator of decisions that would take us to a unified energy market in Europe. We're lacking that. In Houston, in Sarah Wake, we were with Stefano and Tsafas together there. Futures think that this crisis will end in May. This is what the economic statistics and forecasting said. I don't know whether such a thought can be well popular right now in terms of the end of the crisis, but nevertheless, even if the crisis was to be de-escalated today or tomorrow, will stick with us for quite some time. This is why EU countries, EU member states, as well as the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis in Greece, stay alert, stay vigilant to tackle the crisis waves that are coming. At the European level, I believe that we have kick-started ideas to take coordinated decisions at the European level and at country level. Perhaps you could argue that other countries have taken other measures. Nevertheless, Greece was among the first countries to introduce measures, the cap of the 5 and 12 cents on fuel and the diesel cap and the measures that have been introduced, as well as the fuel pass initiative that is being launched today. If this government, the government of Greece, has already shown is that and demonstrated is that when there is a crisis, when society is at stake, then we take measures in order to be able to take everybody with us. And I would like you to comment on the sufficiency in the Greek market, the adequacy of the energy market in Greece. Well, based on the subsequent and the successive meetings we had, there is adequacy, but we need to look at the extent of the crisis. For the next months, for the months to come, we are covered, but we cannot estimate how this crisis will evolve. What we see is a crisis urging Europe, and many countries were dependent in this regard. Well, it urges Europe to think of a rapid way forward. Or at least this is what I would be wishing. Let me turn to this as well. Greece was among the initiators of a collaboration with the United States in order to import US LNG. The conflict in the Middle East, the war in the Middle East, shows also the benefit for these agreements in view of protecting Europe from future crises. On the other hand, what would be key here in order for such agreements to become obligatory contracts?
First of all, let's say that there is a framework agreement between the EU and the US that was signed in Scotland in June 2025, based on which actually Europe and the US agreed upon tariffs standing at 15%, and the main pillar for this agreement so that Europe would get these products as 15% was the commitment on the side of Europe to purchase $750 billion, I would assume, in energy products. 200 to 250 billion per year. This is the agreement that was signed between the US and EU. The second thing is the decision for shedding the dependence from natural gas. Thus, as this is evident that it is necessary, especially now seeing the crisis. It is important to diversify the sources of natural gas for Europe. And Greece was there. I believe that we read the developments quite early and the importance that the new US government places on energy. Let me remind you that energy dominance, or the National Dominance Energy Council, was formed during the first days of Mr. Trump's term, and therefore our country was able to use the infrastructure it has and the potential it has. I also mentioned that in PTEC, it wasn't just about the agreements, it's the fact that the American companies that came here saw that there is potential in the private sector, and that is, it's seen that these companies are very competitive. They have the staff, they have the know-how. I'm not going to name names because I might forget someone, but I just want to say that all the companies that are here, basically, have nothing to envy in terms of their know-how, their expertise, their staff, and this potential is the soft power. So the infrastructure that the government of Mr. Mitsotakis has invested in since 2019, the providers for natural gas and electricity that we have, the geographical position of the country, the geopolitical stability that we enjoy, the use of this opportunity that we pursued, all that, I believe, led to having our country being able to no longer be a consumer, an end consumer, and become an important link in this energy chain that is now being built. The operators' agreement is very important, and I want to congratulate everyone that took part, and Maria from DESPA, hopefully she can hear the translation, about this important development, because with the regulatory framework being as it was, with the monthly contracts, with the prices that we had, this condition was essentially, we were not helping ourselves. But now I believe that we took the right steps and we will be able to proceed, to run forward. That was going to be my question. What would be the next steps for the vertical corridor after this agreement, and how critical is for the commercial maturation of the project to continue? Well, since we've clarified all the regulatory problems, I believe that now the challenge is to have the commercial part of it move forward. And I believe we need to build upon the exceptional spirit that we have, because the countries that are on the corridor do not really have a mentality of collaboration. The Route 1 or Route 2 or Route 3 products, which didn't take off, but they have a history, or they live a legacy. They were the first financial products in the area that actually united those, connected those 5 products. There was no previous case like that, having one financial product that unites these countries. So in this good spirit of collaboration between the operators, it would be good to have a more wide discussion with the EU, so that we have the right conditions. Because if Europe wants in 2027 to be completely independent from Russian natural gas, which is what we decided, that means that the 16, 17 BCMs that we are now getting from Russia need to be replaced. And for those to be replaced, we need to enhance the infrastructure. We need the underground storage in Ukraine, those 34 DCM. When we are independent, those storage facilities need to be full, because the storage that Ukraine has, it's approximately 30% of the total storage capacity of Europe. So we need to enhance the infrastructure and the vertical corridor and take provisions so that we have backup in Ukraine. And we also, something else that we're doing, we need to see how we can proceed to the extended vertical corridor, moving towards the West Balkans to Serbia as well. Is it something that you discussed? Yes. As you know, Serbia is one of the countries that still Russia is able to intervene, has a presence. Serbia is the first country that has completed the regulatory legwork for harmonization with the European regulatory framework. And I was told that in March they sent all this information to the European Commission, meaning that the Serbians are moving towards that direction, to being included in the European energy system as a continuation of the energy community that our country created and celebrated 20 years in the summer. So it is to the benefit of Europe to try to include the West Balkans to this European energy prospect. Last question on the vertical corridor. You've mentioned repeatedly the problem of the Russian gas entering through Turkey. Have we had any developments to secure that Russian gas will in fact be withdrawn and space will be created for the vertical corridor? The discussion we have with the European Commission is that if it is not a given that this option will no longer be possible going through Turkey, and since if we don't have, if we still have dumping, price dumping, then our effort becomes very difficult. So it has to be clear to everyone that this door will close and the regulation will be implemented in a way that this cannot be violated. The idea of the European Commission, especially seeing how they have accepted our proposal for the opt-out, to consider that it is Russian origin at the start, unless it is proven that it is not. So that shows that the EU Commission has understood the danger here, the risk, and efforts are being taken to make sure that Turkey is no longer a way for the Russian gas. These are all very important things that we're doing. Now, recently you had meetings in Houston with met with executives from ExxonMobil and Chevron. Are they still looking to work in our country despite the crisis in the Middle East? Well, I would say not despite, but especially because of those conditions, they are even more interested. The crisis in the Middle East leads those companies to be even more interested in Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, the meetings that the ministry had with Chevron and ExxonMobil, at those meetings, we heard from the companies, they recognized that the fact that we moved very quickly, and we have signed an LOI for the drill for the investigation drill in the Ionian Sea. And what we feel is that we're going to sign the final contract before the end of April, meaning that in February 2027 we will be within our time frame. And in terms of Chevron, the goal is for the seismic investigation to start at the end of 2026. Both companies were determined to proceed, to continue to proceed as fast as they have been. And this is very important for us and for Europe as well. That was going to be my next question. It is important for Europe because with the developments with Cyprus, with the reserves there, Greece, this is very important for the European energy structure. If our country can produce natural gas, that will be helpful, beneficial to Europe as a whole, and I believe everyone understands the importance of that, and this is why we're working very hard in this direction. But we are also working responsibly. I need to be clear on that. No one is going to compromise on the regulatory conditions or on anything like that. And that can be an answer to local communities, that you will continue to be very strict. We need to be strict on that. But let me also say that when last May we went to the headquarters of Chevron with Nikos Zourafas and Aristofatos, after our meeting then with the president, the second meeting, they took us at the center that they have, where in real time they can see all the drills anywhere in the world. And for them, adhering to the environmental regulations and adhering to the strictest conditions in terms of protecting the environment is very critical for the company as well. This is absolutely to everyone's best interest, because any type of shortcut or not adhering to the regulations is detrimental for them as well. Now, moving on to the local, to the domestic energy market, you have pointed out the vulnerabilities, and if we address them, that can lower the costs for the end user. For example, electricity theft. Did we have any developments? Well, electricity theft had skyrocketed in 2022 with the crisis, and it's reasonable to assume that a crisis right now might also lead to a new increase. This is a phenomenon that exhibits a great social injustice, because those who pay the bill actually pay for everyone. It's more extended than you might think. We're talking about 450 million lost. That could be 40 or 50 euros paid by everyone else. And to date, the way that it was handled was not exactly fragmented, but we never really understood the extent of it and the depth of it. But now we have a division that is specializing on this, addressing this. We're using AI and machine learning to be able to focus by profile on the areas that we should. At the start, we did checks and controls at large users and small users as well, which created a degree of protest. Now we are much more targeted in our audits, and I can say that the first findings and show us, and this is unique for the Greek market, that we have organized groups that essentially offer electricity theft as a service. They are organized groups that point the way, show us how to steal electricity. But we now have smart meters, 1.5 million. We are increasing the numbers. In 2 years, we're going to have 50% of smart meters. We have a specialized division that is auditing targeted customers. We're using machine learning and AI to learn better and understand which are the areas and activities where electricity theft prevails. There are specific economic activities that show much more electricity, much more than others. And also we have those theft as a service, like I mentioned. And it's something that, aside from the economic aspect, has a social character, and it is a priority for us to deal with it. It's a matter of social justice, and also we want to not let these people get away with this electricity theft. Now, a last question about renewables. You've mentioned that in the past, that they offer energy stability in Greece, especially over the last recent times. Are you looking at taking measures to secure the sustainability of businesses that are suffering from curtailing, mainly the PV companies? Is it something that you're discussing? And one last question, if you can tell us a bit about the new scheme of operational aid that the ministry is designing. Well, I think everyone understands the importance for a country and for the end user to have renewables in the energy mix. I think that yesterday was one of the lowest points. If we were, of course, back at the levels of 2005 with lignite at 50%, you can imagine the prices we would be talking about. So I think this shows that we did well in developing renewables. Of course, we did not do so in an organized fashion or planned fashion, and this is why we're talking about May, and I think at the start of May we will be able to present the new special plan for renewable energy sources, which will help us tidy up a little bit and give a direction. Truth be told, curtailing does affect the owners of PV systems. It is not, of course, a Greek case as well. It happens in other countries. Of course, we need to look at measures to be taken, but those measures, those interventions should take into account the end user, the end consumer as well. They need to take into account not only the producer, but the final financial equation. Last week we had meetings. The Deputy Minister and Mrs. Palleruta met. There's some discussion, some thoughts, but always in our minds, the starting point is the total financial impact and not just one parameter, because sometimes in Greece, we try to address one thing and not look at the whole picture. Now, 21-25 was a period of learning for us, for RES, and also let me say about curtailing. Of course, the use of batteries and storage will start mitigating the problem or de-escalating the problem. We had our first two batteries, 16 megawatt. The goal is with the RRF to have 700 megawatts by the end of the year. We have storage, merchant storage, and the goal is until the end of 2027 to have 1.5 giga, which, and of course, that will secure the stability of the system, and it will help to a great degree to de-escalate this curtailing problem. Of course, the planning for 26 to 30 is different than what it was in the period 21-25, and therefore, our planning is about the special planning, special plan, and about what we want to move in terms of the direction of renewables. We want storage, we want hydro power, we want a new mix of renewables moving forward. If there's a final comment from your side, I just want to say that, well, Europe is facing a great crisis right now, and I think it is very important that we have this economic stability, political stability that allows us, to a degree, to deal with those problems from a better position. On the other side, we are very lucky in the energy mix that we were able to introduce renewables. I think that we kind of lagged behind when it comes to storage, and we understood its importance, and now we need to move fast, and we need to move even faster when it comes to hydrocarbons. thank you very much. I wish you a very good 2 days. I know that there will be a lot of discussion. Everyone is here, so thank you.
Αφού ευχαριστήσουμε τον Υπουργό για...
After thanking the Minister for the discussion with my colleague Kostas Diligiannis, I would like now to give the floor to the distinguished colleague Giorgos Findikakis, who is a journalist at Energypress and Euro Today, who will further elaborate on the new role that Greece would like to play as a strategic hub for the shipment of US LNG to the countries of Southeast Europe. Mr. Findikakis, you have the floor. You can ask your panelists, Maria Sferoutsa, the new managing director of DESFA, who we welcome to Greece and to our conference, as well as to the position she has taken on. I would like to welcome also Kostis Sifneos, who is the Vice President and Managing Director of Gas Trade. And of course, Yannis Papamikrouleas, Head of Energy Trading Division at DEPA Commercial, and Kostis Sifneos, Vice Chairman, Alexandros Papageorgiou, CEO at NX Group. Good morning. My name is Giorgos Findikakis. I have the honor to moderate a very interesting panel concerning to Greece's ambition to become a hub for the transfer of American LNG to Southeast European countries. This is a very important panel because of the timing of the 7th week during this war, and also because it brings together all parts, all sides, the operator side, the market side, the infrastructure side, the developer side, as well as the commercial side, the side of natural gas traders. We will talk about the energy crisis, of course, and I would ask the panelists for their estimate about what worries them most. I would like to welcome CEO of DESFA, Ms. Maria Sferoutsa, CEO of Gas Trade, Kostis Sifneos, Head of Energy Trading Division at DEPA Commercial, Yannis Papamikrouleas, and the CEO of the Hellenic Energy Exchange, Alexandros Papageorgiou. I would like to start with a common question to all of you. and ask for a short answer about the energy crisis. Commissioner Jorgensen on Friday talked about a prolonged energy shock. He told that we should prepare for a long-lasting energy crisis. Well, listening to this, it brings the high prices during spring and winter to my mind. What's your take on that?
First of all, good morning, everybody. Kalimera, I think it's going to be my only Greek word for today. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It's my first event, almost 2 months in the country. It looks like almost 1 year with all this dynamic. Very happy to join this nice group of speakers. As you said, if I look from a DESFA perspective, obviously after the Russian crisis and now the Iranian war, DESFA commitment is to grant energy supply, gas supply to the country, and to support the export, as the minister highlighted before through the story of the vertical corridor. And if we look at the impact as of today of the long-lasting conflict and the new conflict, I would say from a demand, obviously from our perspective, the impact have been limited, which doesn't mean that the situation cannot change in the incoming weeks, but we have not yet got the hit. In particular, I give you few numbers. If I look at the demand satisfied in Q1, our demand has grown 18.5%, mainly driven by export though, which rose over 300%. The internal demand, although remains stable, driven mainly by the industrial demand. So this means we don't see the short-term impact, which doesn't mean that there is no risk. We need to be very vigilant as far as concern the spot market, because also the way we satisfy demand has been balanced so far. 56% of the demand has been satisfied through LNG. And this 56%, 43% in reality through Revitussa, with 60% of the cargo coming from US. The remaining 40% coming from Africa. So in reality, no gas coming from the east side, and that has been the strength to us. The spot market, though, is a challenge because the biggest risk to us is that an high price in the spot market could bring diversion of the cargoes, right? And that's what we keep monitoring on the daily basis. And we, in reality, hope that in the next 24 hours, we will get better news. I wouldn't say good news, but better news.
Thank you. Mr. Sifneos. Let me start off by welcoming all guests. It's the 7th event and the 7th presence for us as well. Best of luck to the proceedings. And hopefully next year there will be no crisis. Well, the timing of this conflict and the timely evolution of this crisis will also indicate the repercussions in energy supply and on prices. I think that Maria, who I would like to welcome on my side as well, to DESFA and to our country as well. Well, Maria already indicated that energy supply right now seems to be the least important one of both issues. The European Union, and Greece even less, has less dependence on the Gulf region. What one might argue, of course, in terms of energy security, is that our region and Greece have no long tradition of do not have a long tradition of long energy LNG agreements. This currently shows that if the crisis goes on, might impact the LNG cargo that is coming to Greece. And we're talking primarily about marginal cargoes, namely those that are not captured and committed to by the producers and in a competitive demand setup, they move where the margin is better, and this drives prices up. Well, in terms of energy security, as said, things are not problematic right now, whereas in terms of oil, this might turn up problematic, but it can turn into a price domino if the crisis is extended, considering also that the last cargoes that left the Gulf region have reached their destinations. So we have repercussions that will be evident globally. And you're talking about the debate between and the competition we might see between Europe and Asia in terms of cargoes. Well, it is a low demand time right now, but if we move into the summer time and the winter time with this competition, we will have high prices. Mr. Papamikrouleas, what's your take on that? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you and to wish all of you a Holy Week ahead of the Greek Easter. Looking at the 5-7 weeks in the market, it is evident that there is volatility across all commodities, high volatility. Natural gas is still the main driver of electricity prices. Nevertheless, clean spark spread have changed, showing the RES uptake in the energy systems, demonstrating that. Emissions, on the other side, have taken an interesting course. We had a upward trend up to January, followed by political discussions between Italy and Germany. These have collapsed, and we are looking for a new direction there. We have mixed signals. Well, in Thursday, at the last trading day, the oil spread between Brent and WTI was very interesting. Brent traditionally is higher, $14 more than WTI. It closed on Thursday, and we had $3 less than TDI. How do you explain that? Is it a matter of demand? What is both an issue of demand, but not just demand? If something moves away from the norm, so to speak, there is a series of reasons that boost such an repercussion. There is nervousness in the market. We have a geopolitical risk coming in, and we have to respond to that. We respond to that by increasing the risk management importance and by diversifying our sources, and this is where the vertical corridor steps in. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to wish that and stay optimist, hopefully by tomorrow evening. Well, we started off with a war, and I wish that by tomorrow evening we'll have news from the US, good news that will let us hope we have reached the end of this war. Let me just say briefly, certainly, in relation to other crises of the past, we are more prepared. And this is evident. There have been other crises, other conflicts in the Middle East and in Europe before this one, and this is a reason for that. We have observed that in the prices, well, summer is not there yet, but hopefully we won't have any problems. I hope and I wish that we, from our standpoint, we will not have moments as that of the summer of 2022 being repeated, and those price spikes, because we know how we can respond at the European level as well. Well, in this regard, I would say that we are a bit more optimistic. Well, after this first round of comments on actual matters and current matters, let me just move to the basic conversation point, namely the Greek LNG hub and to what extent Greece is in the right course to achieve what we as a country want, and based on what the agreement between the European Commission and the operators happened. Ms. Filcher, are you satisfied? Is it enough in order to achieve the target, or are there other steps that need to be taken as well?
So I would say I'm satisfied with my 2 months in country. I mean, in 2 months, we had the opportunity to regroup in Washington for 48 hours. And we hosted all the involved TSO 2 weeks ago here in Athens for an additional 48 hours to move forward and find a solution that could satisfy the European Commission. I think the ministers share a bit. I will give a bit more technical details. So we ended up in cooperation with the TSOs, regulator, and the European Commission to agree on an execution plan that will bring us to develop a product that will be available for the yearly capacity action on July 6th and will be offered in all the capacity auction starting from October 1st, 2026. This product, and going back to the comment that the minister made before, will be fully compliant with the European regulation, will be a standard product, will not be customized, but will follow all the rules of the CAM network code, meaning the booking rules, the duration, and the characteristics. At the same time, will be a firm commitment, will allow for bundle capacity at interconnection point, will allow, where possible, access to the VTP, and finally has a more efficient tariff. Now, this has been achieved thanks to the effort of all of us, and I need to recognize a huge effort from Romania and Moldova, which were the one having a big impact. And all of this working on the assumption of the duration of the product and the capacity that we will be delivered. So I can say that we are pretty satisfied. We need to work in the next few months. On the DESFA side, we don't have really much to do. We are almost ready there. We need to complete one of the projects, the Carperico Motini, to guarantee unconditional capacity, but it's a minor effort. So I can say that I'm satisfied, notwithstanding, and I'm not going to share which is the tariff we achieved, but notwithstanding this tariff is not exactly what is the most competitive tariff in the Balkans. If you think what we were saying before, if we keep the target to remove the Russian gas from the east by 2027, all the routes will be needed. Because you will not have full capacity for the 20 BCM that are needed in the region by the most economical route, right? So it's more efficient to have a route like the vertical corridor, which is economically efficient, not perfect, rather than adding infrastructure, which is not going to be possible in 1 year time, and which will require the additional capital investment. So I think we are moving in the right direction.
I see, clear enough. Κύριε Σιφνέ, ακούσατε την τοποθέτηση της
You heard what CEO of DESFA has to say. You, as Gastrate, Mr. Sifneos, are you ready? Are you happy with the changes, or do you feel that something more needs to be done? let me say that the changes in the agreement is in the right direction. The reason is that those changes and those products in general should correspond to LNG, not to the gas, natural gas. So the time expansion of the products better serves the delivery of LNG cargo, and also the fact that this is a product that is not for an undefined, but it is for not for an undefined but limited time period. It's something that extends over time, and that gives the ability to the suppliers and to the LNG market in general to plan. Also, it gives the ability to the off-takers to be able to sign long-term agreements that will give them better tariffs, better prices. What is important with these products that are being tested is to be able to create a framework that will be competitive to the Russian gas, let's say, so that not only close this back door in terms of the regulatory aspect, but in order for LNG to be actually competitive in terms of price. There are things specific to Greece, because of course in this opportunity that's being created right now, let's call it opportunity in the sense that there's going to be a supply gap in the entire region of the vertical corridor, which region does not only extend to Ukraine, as the minister said, we need to look at the western part of it. So this is an opportunity on the side, one side replacing the Russian gas, and on the other is the organic growth of the market, which is also very important. So we, as a country, do not aspire to take the entire share of this opportunity, but it is important to get a big chunk of it. So in this logic, we need to take advantage of the whole of our potential, export potential. Right now, our export potential, especially for the north, until we have the Northern Macedonia contact as well, after the upgrade of the IGB, it's going to be about 8.5 billion cubic meters. We need to use all of those. Right now, this agreement that has been signed is very good for one route. We need to use the other route as well, the IGB, which, as it seems, is kept outside of this loop. Maybe because of its structure, it's not possible to use this product that's being created. Just to clarify, you mean that the agreement favors export through the Sidirokastro Gate station, but this tariff reduction, this tariff frame, does not really touch the IGB. Yes, that part, that specific part. So this is where we need to improve. This is what we need to improve, because one route becomes more competitive, but it's less than 50% of our export capability. And the other part, the other 50%, is not affected in terms of what we talked before, and it's still very pricey, very expensive to be competitive. Okay, we're going to look at that again. I'm waiting for a reference to this window or this back door for the Russian gas that the minister talked about. I expected more on that. But anyway, Mr. Papamikroleas, what we have now is an effort by Greece to be repositioned in the new map. But it's not just Greece, it's the companies in the area as well. And you, as DEPA, wearing your commercial hat, give us a few words on the position of the company among the changes. What are the opportunities, the commercial opportunities that you see as DEPA and as a partner of Atlantic Southeast Energy Trade? Well, just a comment in principle. This transition is not a linear process. There's no magic way to do it. Just hit a button and make it happen. Moving from natural gas to RES and storage systems. We need the bridge fuels, and the natural gas is here to play this part. It's very typical that 2 or 3 weeks ago, ENSOE issued a study about what happened in Spain, the case in Spain. Reading that report, you can see the importance of large technical sites for the stabilization of a system. Now, in terms of the American LNG and its role, this is not just some additional surplus quantities of natural gas. This is a reorganization of the European energy map. The southeastern Europe from a regional market becomes a critical energy hub. Also, the role of Greece changes. It is now turning to an entry gate for LNG and a balancing and distribution point for energy in terms of the countries up north. Of course, this is not just the result of our geographical position. It's not accident. It is the result of investments, Revithousa, Alexandroupoli, IGB, vertical corridor, and of course, a result of the maturation of the market, the maturity. For us as DEPA, this is an opportunity to reposition ourselves in the market, both for a country and for the company. And this is exactly the role that we aspire to play. Now, as a trader, and to answer your question, I said that the quantity of the available gas is not the only factor here. We need this gas to be competitive and commercially viable. The value of the recent agreement between operators and the Commission shows that fact exactly, that it turns a strategically important access to a more mature commercial product. Now, specifically for DEPA Commercial, this creates 3 opportunities. First of all, it gives better commercial visibility for sending LNG to the countries above us, Moldavia, Bulgaria, Ukraine. It enhances the Atlantic ability to function not only as an LNG important, but as a regional platform that will actually optimize flows and trade on flows, and it also enhances, boosts our competitive edge as DEPA, being able that we combine access to LNG contracts, agreements, with our experience in the Greek market. A commercial platform, trading platform, you said. What is that exactly in these conditions that we're right now? Well, listen, the map is changing. There's a lot of interest in the area. So more and more opportunities will be created. The landscape is changing, and we expect an even more important role. Okay, I understand that you're not able to give us more details. So, Mr. Papageorgiou, from this reorganization and this reposition of the country as an LNG hub, we need to have an energy exchange placing emphasis on natural gas. I understand that you are working on some products and new systems. Tell us how you see things. Gladly. For us, the natural gas market is our #1 priority. Already, as of the end of 2023, as a strategy, because we know that for the spot power, we are in limbo, so our options to grow the market is the natural gas market. This is why, over the last 3 years, We're trying to design and implement services that have already allowed us to go to a higher position in the Traders Association ranking. We are now in the second position among our peers, let's say the similar natural gas exchanges in Europe, meaning in the sense that this market, this natural gas market in Greece has a short history. So this strategy has not been implemented, but our next step where we are focusing on are the gas futures. These are new products, a new platform in collaboration with Trayport. The discussion so far, as you know, has to do with the systems, with the DSOs, with the operators. But what we're trying to do is attract the interest from the participants in the market so that they are more secure, knowing that if they come to trade in Greece with LNG or with natural gas, they will find a market that is mature with the products that they expect to find, the products that they have in Europe, and with the right price signals. This is what we're trying to do. We are in discussion with Mr. Sifnes, with the other market participants, and hopefully with the changes that we are undergoing internally, we will be able, until the end of the year, to implement this offering package in terms of natural gas. And let me say one more thing, just send a message, a signal to the Greek ecosystem. If we want Greece to be an energy hub and a point of reference for the natural gas market in the Balkans, then we need to be in control as a Greek ecosystem. Mrs. Ferouza, a double question for you. One part is the good scenario, where we see long-term LNG contracts exactly what we're discussing about today and all the changes that we're doing. What is the infrastructure that DESFA needs to do to support this, such as the new FSRU that Gastrade is thinking about creating? This is one part of the question. And the second part is we are reading, we are listening a lot about countries, European countries in the north that are not supporting as much as they should. They are not supporting this vertical corridor project. Is this true? Is this the case? Are there maybe some competitive interests that are now being harmed, and that may explain what is happening?
So, 3 questions in reality. So, to start with, the best scenario should be in 24 hours we receive good news that the Iranian conflict will end, and that the directive to remove Russian gas from the European countries by 2027 stays. These are the 2 conditions that will make for sure the vertical corridor strategically even stronger. Second, on infrastructure, I think we have enough infrastructure to make efficient, to be able to export up to 4.5 billion and above already. And so in terms of export, I think we are good, and for the next 2-3 years to increase export. Obviously, if the demand will keep increasing, there will be some adjustment to make the infrastructure more flexible. Our duty is to keep injecting flexibility and resilience in the infrastructure. And the last question on the Nordic countries, in all fairness, I didn't perceive, obstacles coming from them. Numbers talk, and that is what I was mentioning before. Obviously, notwithstanding all the effort we have done up to now, our tariff is not exactly at the same level of some of the Nordic countries. Nevertheless, the capacity of those countries is limited. So if you compare tariff, maybe we are a bit more expensive. If you compare capacity that you can export, if they need to increase the capacity to meet the demand, they will need to invest to add infrastructure, which means automatically they will cost more as well.
The capacity is limited, meaning the Polish route?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Fair enough.
So I believe we are comparable, and the Eastern European countries need all of us.
Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ.
Ωραία. I understand.
Κύριε Σιφνέ.
Mr. Sifneos, you can comment if you want to the previous question, but I would like to hear from you about something that we are listening or reading about, that the Greek market, despite what the Commission says and despite the regulations with the gradual restrictions for Russian natural gas, is not completely certain that all doors and windows are going to close for natural gas after 2027. And you heard the minister before that hopefully all those sideways will close, but it's still an open question, a debate. Is this the case? It is the case. And the minister mentioned that in Washington in February, the market must be convinced that all other windows and doors have closed. This is why we see the market very hesitant in signing long-term LNG contracts, because we might be feeling that Russian gas will still enter. And of course, keep in mind that the interconnection between Bulgaria and Turkey is the biggest risk, but we also have an interconnection with Turkey, and we also need to be careful because this is not part of the new regulation. It is not referenced there. Are you talking about gas that comes through Turkey from Azerbaijan? The only is a Trans-Adriatic, the only conduit, the only pipe that I'm aware of. But another mention is the western route that includes Serbia, Slovakia, Ukraine, these markets. If you look at the entire picture of the area, they are more than 50% of the opportunity. So we need to move very fast. Yes, of course, the opportunity. The supply gap that will be created. How many BCM for Central Europe? If you look at the replacement of Russian gas with the development of the market, we're talking about approximately 20 BCM. This is a big opportunity for Greece. And we should not be just looking at the route towards Bulgaria. We need to include Serbia immediately, because we are now developing a pipe to northern Macedonia, and it's going to be another connection point for Serbia. So we will have two routes there. We need to start now for that. Also, it is important to use the IGB in order to use the entire export capacity of Greece. Also use Alexandroupoli, reduce the restrictions that we have from Alexandroupoli towards the Greek system, because as of 2027, when the Russian gas is no longer in the game, we need to meet the domestic requirements as well, to be able to meet that demand. So we have to eliminate bottlenecks in the route from Alexandroupoli to the Greek market, so that we can have access to the Greek market and to the exports at Siderokostos. I think I understand what you mean. So those 16, 17 BCM that we talked about before, that are the replacement of the gas that we have now in Eastern Europe, if we also add 5 BCM from Central Europe and those from Serbia and the Western Balkans, we have a number that is more than 20. Am I correct? The entire market for the vertical corridor, we are talking about 35 BCM. That's the supply opportunity. Also taking into account that the Ukrainian market is going to recover. So it's not just the Russian gas, it's the organic growth as well. So, Mr. Papamikouleas, we have this discussion about this effort to upgrade our position as a gas hub. We see this transformation of DEPA consistently over the last years. You have a presence in every link of the energy chain. For example, a thermal plant in Larissa that you are building there. We're talking about a new DEPA client, not outside of Greece, that I asked before, but within Greece. Give us the stigma. It's true that DEPA is being transformed. It's being transformed while we are actually moving forward. It was a natural gas provider, and it's now a vertical company with a presence in all aspects of energy activity. Presence in renewables, cross-border energy trade, and in ACGT units in Alexandroupoli and Larissa. Specifically for Larissa, I can tell you that we're expecting to complete the FID within the summer. So this transformation occurs because we felt it was necessary to be able to part of the energy landscape today. Mr. Papageorgiou, you told us about the mix of new products. Can you give us one last comment, either about the role of the energy exchange or about everything that we heard today? Yes, we know, we understand that the participants and the market wants two things. Sometimes they're tied together. They want security and liquidity. What we can and what we strive for is to provide liquidity by designing products that attract participation. And as we saw over the last 2 months with the conflict in the Middle East, when the market feels insecure, it turns towards organized markets. This is why we've seen, of course, we're waiting for the data from March, but we've seen that when insecurity increases, negotiations also increase in organized markets. This is why it is important, and this is why over the last 3 years we're trying to accomplish this one-stop shop idea, to have all participants in the energy exchange trade, in electricity, natural gas, and everything. And we also try to add new products and services to bring in this liquidity that the participants need, so that they can in turn feel the security when they sign their agreements. One last comment from you, Ms. Sferoutsa, as well. Or I didn't ask you about the Q1 financials from DESFA, the latest numbers. Do you see an increase with LNG? Or one last comment.
I shared already the data for Q1. On financially, I can tell you that we went above budget, above forecast. So far, so good.
Okay. Κάντε και ένα σχόλιο για το κλείσιμο, αν θέλετε.
And one last a question also about the import of natural gas through Siderokastro. If you see a drop in relation to the entire condition.
Overall, we had, let's say, 33% of the entire demand satisfied through Siderokastro. So out of the 26.5 almost terawatt hours, about 8.7 were from Siderokastro.
Right, okay. Ένα τελευταίο σχόλιο, κύριε Σιφνέ, παρακαλώ.
Αν υλοποιείται.
If the ban on Russian gas is completely in place, we will definitely need another piece of infrastructure for importing LNG in Greece. And I believe that the best position for that, in terms of the synergies as well, is the gas trade project, the LNG Thrace, because it has very good synergies with the existing FSRU. I think that this piece of infrastructure will be necessary. Mr. Papamikrouleas, in view of all the changes in the market in recent weeks, I'd say we need to use our know-how from other previous cases. We need to have source diversification. I think we could be talking for hours, but our time slot was that. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for listening to us.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του Δέσφα στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία, ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα, που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
Energy is an ever-evolving force, timeless, ever-changing. Our story began in 1972. Ever since, we have been fueling countless of your moments every single day. We support the Greek economy from the very start. Our investment plan aims at a better future for all. We continuously contribute to the energy stability of Greece. We stand by the Greek society. We rise to the challenge of the constantly growing energy needs of our times. We care about the environment, and we are focusing on people's needs. We combine knowledge and growth. We lead the way with new, innovative solutions. We invest in new, environmentally friendly forms of energy. We provide more options, more alternatives. Energy is ever evolving. With the driving force of energy, we move forward into the future.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του Δέσφα στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
Παρακαλώ περάστε μέσα, ξεκινάμε. Παρακαλώ περάστε μέσα, ξεκινάμε. Παρακαλώ καθίστε, ξεκινάμε.
Please take seat.
Μπαίνουμε στη δεύτερη ενότητα βασική. Είδαμε τα...
We're entering into the second important section after talking about the important issue of LNG concerning whether the electricity architecture issues will be subject to change by the European Commission. On this, we will start off with a presentation by Kostas Kavadias from Ricardo, followed up by a panel discussion moderated by Yannis Vouglioukakis from PwC Greece, joined by Pantelis Kapros, Yannis Giannakopoulos, chairman of the board of HAEP, Antonis Kondoleon, Panagiotis Ladakakos, and Miltos Aslanoglu. I would like to give Kostas Kavadias the floor and thank him for the analysis he will hold right now, and he has really put some serious effort in that. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to thank Energypress for the invitation and the opportunity to present some of our findings. I think you will find them very interesting as well. In this session, we thought we'd better talk about the developments in the Greek electricity market as part of the wider region it belongs to. This comes from our electricity market outlook department that is fed in highly detailed mathematical models that are modeling the European continent, not just the EU countries, but the European continent as a whole. And I will just follow up on what we talked about the Greek electricity market, which is not separate, is part of the wider market. In this context, we would like to look into how these developments affect the Greek market and, of course, the financials of all stakeholders in the Greek market. This is going to be what I will be focusing on today in my presentation, and we'd like to share some points of interest as well and offer food for thought. In this picture you can see the Southeast Europe trends. RES expansion, of course, to the most extent is significant and is demonstrable in most countries in the region. We have different pacing. Most eminent examples are the Romania and Bulgaria markets, who have a fast pace, building on the RRF as well. Storage in Bulgaria and Romania will be very rapid and dynamic. The aging lignite fleet that used to provide baseload generation is going to be replaced from a technical or financial standpoint, will be replaced by renewables and nuclear energy. Based on our scenario, we have considered nuclear investments in Bulgaria, Romania, Oslovoda, Ondui, or Pax, which are of high certainty in terms of their expansion and growth. We are looking into the developments. These are not mature yet, but many countries are showing interest in small modular reactors. Bulgaria as well, apart from large reactors, would like to introduce SMRs. Serbia as well, and the political leadership there, would like to enter a discussion about that. Of course, from the starting point of the discussion up to the implementation phase, it takes a lot of time, but still we have this opportunity of examining what this would mean based on a case study. Nevertheless, Greece, as is evident in this illustration, will be export-oriented going forward. This is an indicative flow map. Countries with green are exporting, the yellow marked countries are importing countries, and this is on an annual basis captured here. But let's look at what this means for Greece. In terms of net load, namely demand minus renewables, namely what dispatchable units will have to accommodate for, or the surplus towards the operator, is illustrated here. We'll have negative net load during midday hours and positive loads later on. Negative net load means a surplus of electricity, of energy that has to be stored, exported or curtailed, or can perhaps be turned into other sources of energy. Key takeaway here is a surplus at midday hours. The evolution of net imports is also very interesting. What happens during the day? Exports happen during noon because of the phenomenon of the effect I've already presented to you in the previous chart. But based on the developments in the neighboring countries and the introduction of large storage capacities, imports are going to take place during evening hours, and even this evening effect, will impact the economics of storage in gas dispatchable units. Another point in the discussion is, of course, curtailments. You can look at, and based on the circumstances, the current circumstances, how the average planned curtailments will evolve. Renewables planned, but this is there's a diversification depending on the technology. We started off with renewables, but wind farms are affected as well. This picture changes based on the operating status of each renewable plant, the tariff tied or the contract for difference and merchant plants are affected by the market and technical curtailments in a different rate, at different rate. This is very important to look at. These are statistics, they are data we have. Well, very interesting to consider. Also affected by local network constraints, and there is also seasonality. The technical curtailments hypothesis says that goes without saying that the technical curtailments will be the same. In terms of the markets, we have a recess. Since storage units will be introduced and additional countries will be added to tap into the noon surplus. Let's look at what this means for storage economics. It has been much talked about. The success and the big bet for the Greek market is to avoid curtailments. Co-location has been much debated. And it also boils down to finding an economic sustainable operating scheme for the renewable stations that will provide such a flexibility. Co-location will depend on how a battery, behind-the-meter battery that will be operating on curtailment avoidance can be economically sustainable. The operating cost, the financial cost, the capital cost will also be very important. And in terms of a sustainable operating concept for batteries is also discussed. Tolling agreements have been widely discussed as to whether a purely merchant battery can cover its own costs or not. Based on the analysis we're running, we are witnessing a small difficulty because the volatility, as you can see in the diagram, in terms of the earnings of a merchant battery, because of cannibalization and the advancements in other countries, will decrease. And this uncertainty increases the investment cost that sometimes cannot exceed the rate, the preferable rate. And this is why tolling agreements or other operating aid or other aid schemes are discussed. I will not go into detail on that. But we are monitoring and analyzing how the economics of batteries, of BESS, are evolving, because it's the big bet, as said, in the Greek electricity market. Let me just close my presentation by saying that in the electricity market outlook, we're modeling the European-wide market. We're focusing in the Balkan area. We can analyze and calculate in a lot of detail how the energy mix is evolving, how the economics of the stakeholders are evolving as well. The increase in total storage capacity is a given fact. It happens in Greece, it happens in other countries as well. But this in turn reduces the available arbitrage, the price differential, which feeds BESS revenues. The developments in neighboring countries are contributing to that. Nevertheless, on the positive side here, the surplus, the electricity surplus during noon finds a way in the neighboring markets, and we can reduce curtailments. Thank you very much for your attention. Hopefully, you might be able to take food for thought about the next panel.
Indeed, some of the information that Mr. Kavadias has presented is certainly going to be discussed with our next panel, which will be moderated by Mr. Yannis Vouglakis, as I mentioned before, the Managing Director of Energy and Industry Strategy, PwC Greece. Mr. Vouglakis, while you take your place, I'm going to call your other panelist, Mr. Pantelis Kapros, Professor Kapros, who is always present here to share his insightful comments. Thank you, Mr. Kapros. Mr. Yannis Giannakopoulos, the new chairman of HAIPP, is his first participation in this position. Mr. Antonis Kondoleon, the chairman of EVGEN. Mr. Panagiotis Ladakakos, the chairman of HWEA from the renewables, and Mr. Aslanoglu, general director of ESPEN, among others. Thank you all. You have 55 minutes for your discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Theodoris. Good morning, everyone. It's the start of the Holy Week. May it be peaceful as it can be. We're starting this panel, the second discussion of the day in the 7th Energypress conference. I think it is a panel that includes a lot of issues, current issues related to potential reforms of the energy market model in Europe. Over the last years, we've been talking about the more, let's say, extraordinary measures, interventions, more topical ones, but now we're looking at more structural interventions, and I think we have the right mix of participants in the panel to hear their views. And of course, we have issues that are all about the regulatory system, the operation of the renewables in Greece. All of that is a mix that needs to be evaluated over the coming months and perhaps design market mechanisms or other structural interventions that might be needed. And of course, the investment interest and the continuation of the market are also under consideration. How we can accomplish targets both at the level of the country and at the level of the market and of competitiveness in terms of consumption. Now, with me today are 5 panelists. Each of them has a big energy footprint in developing energy strategies. Professor Pantelis Kapros, Professor Emeritus of Energy Economics at the National Technical University of Athens, the new chairman of the board of HAIPP, the association from the Association of Consumers, Mr. Adonis Kondoleon, Mr. Panagiotis Ladakakos, the chairman of the board of HWEA, and Mr. Miltos Aslanoglu, the general director of ESPEN, the Greek Association of Energy Suppliers. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, we will have the time for a good discussion after we hear your presentations. So we can discuss everything, starting with Mr. Kapros. Good morning. Thank you to Energypress. Congratulations for everything you've accomplished all this time. Let me stress the need for a reform in the electricity energy market. I believe that aside from the initiatives of the European Commission in this direction, the requirements of many leaders from the European Union, the discussion has also opened because of necessity. It started in 2022, but now we can no longer avoid it. And now we also have internal problems that justify such a reform. What are the challenges? 2 main challenges that the wholesale spot market cannot face, cannot address. One is obvious, and it happened already in 2022, and if the war continues, it will unfortunately repeat this year as well, meaning that natural gas has very high price, disproportionate to its share in the energy balance, and that has an effect on retail prices with no option of compensating not only Greece but anywhere else. And essentially, when this happens, when the prices are determined by, to a great extent, by natural gas, whereas the real cost is mostly dependent on renewables, nuclear or storage that are less expensive, that means that in the end, consumers do not have access to affordable to cheap energy coming from renewables. And when we do have high prices with natural gas, we have over profit. What happened in 2022? That was the main point that led the leaders of many countries and the European Commission President to request this reform. So, how to deal with that? If investments from the green energy transition, renewable storage and nuclear energy in some countries is based on the expectation of profit and arbitrage on the spot wholesale market, this cannot support the financing adequacy and the effectiveness of financing those investments. We see that in Greece, this market is volatile with fluctuating prices, curtailing, worsen the renewables investment profile. Investment in storage may be misled. They believe that because of the first storage investments are going to make money, they feel that that's going to be the case long term as well. But if storage does move forward with the rate that we need, all storage investments are going to face sustainability issues long term. Also, natural gas plants, units, they are vulnerable in terms of their future because their operation is limited to a very short period of time every day, and essentially they are supporting the system, not the energy, the backup services. And long term, as we see with the adequacy studies that were carried out in Greece as well, they will not be sustainable financially. So this combination creates a short-term market that is effective, but at the same time, a long-term market that is inexistent and immature. All commodity markets have a short-term and long-term market. When one of the two falls short, then the commodity market is imbalanced. We've been talking recently about investigating limit pricing for the wholesale market, meaning that the market price depends on the cost of the most expensive unit. But this, in fact, is the reason why high prices of natural gas means high electricity price. But technically, there's no other technical solution. No matter what you can think of, it will be either a limitation in pricing or something that is not going to be efficient. So, limit pricing cannot change, and it is the basis of all cross-border trading. Of course, there are issues about improving that. There are issues about connecting the service and balancing market. There are efforts being made for that. But the short-term market right now is effective and can be more effective without structural changes. What we are missing is the long-term market. The PPA market is limited. The PPA market is limited in terms of volume and depth. The hybrid and composite PPAs have not been developed. The flexibility resources that are contractually supported are insufficient. It's what we call the tenor gaps, a mismatch, where we have projects that are have capital intensity being financed. The fact that financing is based on the short-term market is a problematic element. It is the tenor gap that is going to create problems. So, the spot market is effective. The directive from the European Union post the crisis of 2022 recognized this problem. It introduced PPAs as a priority, but hesitated making permanent structures around those. So today, all big economists in the energy sector propose a hybrid design with different forms. Essentially, it's about developing at the same time along the short-term market, the spot market, which is we want a bilateral contract market that is going to lower the volume of the short-term market and give access to constant, stable prices. At the same time, we need to have targeted support for flexibility, and the combination of all three, a parallel and the support and those interventions is the best combination to support a large system with renewables and storage. We are proposing the renewable pool market, and when we say we propose, there are at least 7 or 8 of the most recognized energy economists that have essentially proposed the same thing. What does it mean for Greece? It means that with reorganization of all financial aids and supports and renaming them to CFDs, this is included in an organized market under the operator of renewables, where we have all the contracts, hybrid, composite, with storage, with different forms, as the market asks. This feeds this supplies the consumers and the large consumers, and essentially we maintain the guarantee, the state guarantee for the income of the producers and the storage units. We need to keep those aids, the operating aids. This is the combination that gives the tripartite contracts a future. The state, the producer, and the off-taker. So the spot market is only used for deviations and for balancing, and the long-term market for the contract market for a fixed portfolio of energy. So essentially we have two cost sources, one that is fixed and is increasing over time, and one that is fluctuating. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kapros, and it was a very interesting presentation, especially the last one. A very well-structured proposal, and I think it's already been presented. And the timing right now, especially with what we heard about the minister and these aids that are being designed for renewables, we should really be looking into your proposal. We will continue with Mr. Giannakopoulos, I think in the same spirit. He's going to present some ideas, proposals about the need of reform of the European energy model.
Από εκεί που έμεινε ο καθηγητής. Και αυτό το μοντέλο που παρουσιάζει αυτή η μεταρρύθμιση τη λένε μεταρρύθμιση κάπρου τώρα στην Ευρώπη. Άρα είναι και πολύ τιμητικό που ξαφνικά έχουμε ακόμα ένα μοντέλο.
Well, thank you. It's very good to be following up to Mr. Kapros, because right now I think what he presented, the model, is being called the Kapros model. So what's important here, as Mr. Kapros said, the discussion started on a political level to give solutions to the energy cost of the industry. The first thing that the industry, or rather the political leadership, started looking at in January, February is to see why the energy cost, especially those energy expensive companies, is so high. So the mandate was given to look at the market design, looking at limit pricing first as a political will. But what is the problem, as the professor said, that precisely on a technical level, limit pricing is not a particularity of the electricity market. It is the system that is acceptable for all commodities such as oil, natural gas, and food.
But this actually creates opportunities rather than problems. And also, it helps cross-border commerce. So we are following this logic. The policies are okay, but we don't want to undermine the market. So essentially, we don't want to play with the prices based on the fact that this is a rare resource nowadays. So we need to see which would be a better solution. We should see more specific issues related to the markets. For example, do we have technologies for a higher marginal price for less megawatt hours? Could we have this type of technologies to cover this gap? What is the actual problem? The actual problem is the mix. If the mix is too expensive, then we can't speak about individual cutoffs. So we should see in every country in Europe whether the resources are cheap or expensive. And then we should see what would be the political decisions. What about the ATS? Maybe we are green too early and we've given the wrong messages to the markets? Have we had good connections so as to transfer energy from cheap countries to expensive countries? We see in the eastern parts of Europe, we have the highest prices. And also, we do need rest, we do need green development, but we need to have some storage solutions so that we won't have problems like Spain had. Now, marginal billing, marginal invoicing in Greece has been specialized based on central dispatch and utilization billing. These measures give the best transparency for the market with protection for all participants. So the experience has shown that they are rather good in operation, in their function. So we would say that these are good and well-documented solutions. Of course, we still have some margin for reforms because the market develops, and we would like to see whether we have some structural asymmetries in the market. For example, the cases of waters, the cases of pumping and storage, the case of low-voltage clientele. These are some areas where reforms could take place further. Also, cartels forming would be an issue to consider.
Οπότε, συμπερασματικά δεν θεωρούμε ότι η ευρωπαϊκή αγορά ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας εμφανίζει δομική.
So these types of measures plus curtailment would give a higher speed in our reforms. Of course, the professor said that we do need these reforms to come, but we should find the best way, the best recipe to enter them into the market, to introduce them into the market. Nevertheless, the contemporary situation has created a different landscape. Now in Greece, we are one of the cheapest markets in Europe and a strong market for Eastern Europe, because Greece has the newest fleet of natural gas units in the region. And now we are exporting. In a few years, we have overturned our profile into an exporting country. So maybe we could become an electrical and natural gas hub for Southern Eastern Europe. We have done some investment. We could see whether this solution could be plausible. We see that we have Alexandroupolis, we have Komotini going live in a while. So I would say that we could see backup, we could see services based on sustainable development. So it's a good opportunity to cooperate with each other, all the institutions, so that we become the energy hub for the region. And of course, we need vertical companies for these mix to function smoothly. All technologies should provide an adequate retail so that we could introduce them in the market in a good mix so as to offer the best services throughout the region for both individuals and industries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Giannakopoulos. I would say that we already see a recognition and a focus on what we need. And what we need is a better introduction in the mix, not so much a restructure. So we could consider both what Mr. Kapros and Mr. Giannakopoulos mentioned so that we can have a better dynamic. As Mr. Giannakopoulos said, we will have comparative advantages in this case, and we can find more solutions for a smoother market, for increased competitiveness, and of course, parallel support of long-term schemes. Mr. Kondoleons, Chairman of the Board, Evigen. I believe that you're going to give another view of the industry consumer now. Let's focus then on the new environment. This is critical to keep and improve the Greek industry. Good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm going to explain what is Evigen because some of you might not know us. We represent the energy industry of the country.
Δημιουργηθεί πάλι μια μεγάλη κρίση. Λοιπόν, εμείς βλέπουμε ότι παρότι σήμερα από ό,τι...
We represent the market in the market from 2010 as the industry regards some solutions for the new crisis which is under portas. The first question is, do we have the political will to support the industry? If yes, then we'll find solutions. We might expect the announcement of a first phase of measures, and we would like to know whether the politicians, the policies will support this batch of measures. Gas will remain expensive for long, so this is the problem in our opinion. More or less, the measures have been leaked out. We know that we will see a support, a state support, the same one that we've been taking since 2013. 57 industries are taking this subsidy. We expect a new announcement by the committee for further industrial sectors. Of course, any announcement today that the footprint of the country was improved in relation to the past, this doesn't assure that the monies will go to the industries. This has to be assured in combination with the revenues that the industries have from selling rights. Another measure, as journalists say, is that we will see a decrease of maybe 50%. But of course, this will not offset the burden on other industries that do not take any offsetting subsidies. And let's not forget that the previous crisis is not yet over. Crisis is still here. And now we have another one on top. At the same time, we know in Europe that competitiveness has a problem. So the Clean Industrial State Aid Framework was proposed as a measure in Europe. In other words, for the first time, the member states can legally subsidize 50% of the energy cost for 50% of consumption. This is an important innovation. However, it does have an issue because the measure is not so complete as it accumulates this subsidy over the subsidy that we already take for offsetting. But already Bulgaria has announced it, other countries are ready to announce it, so I believe that Greece has to enter this measure so that we can decrease this accumulation, this aggregation, and we can see offsetting at the same time with CISA. But let's see what has happened for some years now. Offsetting for 2025, we had a ministerial decision last year, which shows that offsetting will be decreased at 25% of revenues. However, the math formulas that we use show that this is actually 25%. The ministerial decision has not been corrected to make 20 into 25. In 2023, we had another ministerial decision that improved the 23 percentage from 16% to 19.6%. But we haven't been given these measures, these monies. So we haven't received the funds yet. Further on, since we hear from Mr. Tsafos that we get 500,000 in subsidies. However, we haven't seen these monies. Since 2022, 70 million per year are owned for selected industries. The new scheme for subsidies is much delayed, though. We need an explanation for that. At the same time, the 10-year new ADMIE program, IPTOS program, has been announced. We support it. But also, we see that we need a doubling of charges. We've heard a lot, so I would ask one question. Are we happy today from our industry participating in the GDP? And I'm speaking about manufacturing, not industries. In 2024, since 2024, we are ranking fourth from the end, from the bottom, at 9.1. So this graph shows from 2005 how the lines evolved, and it is only now that we are coming back to the 2005 values. How do we compare industry in Greece with industry in other countries, Portugal, Bulgaria, for example. Unfortunately, Sweden, Denmark, and Portugal have double exports in relation to Greece. Austria and Bulgaria 3 times our percentage as a percentage of the GDP. In 2022, we saw that exports from manufacturing without oils reached 29%, where revenues from tourism is 17.5%. I am saying this because I just showed you that this industry is very important for Greece and it has been supported. The increased bills for the offsetting mechanism have increased in 2025. This is not accidental. Nowadays, teleheating lignites are getting their money from temp. But when Iptos Admie covers the thermal units from the offsetting market with a double price, then this is problematic. Another element here. I'm not saying that this is wrong, what I'm showing, but it is worth discussing. We have conventional thermal units that get 2 billion from the market, plus 1 more billion from the offsetting market. You can judge by yourselves what this actually means. So we have offsetting costs covering redispatching needs. So within the program, in the stock market, we see that the cheaper units are promoted. For example, during the weekend or during the afternoon hours, all thermal units are in pause. So they are entered into the market and they are revenued by pay-as-be with certain constraints. This solution is not optimal. Our proposal is that the redispatching cost to be outside the energy cost. It could be introduced into the grid cost or the TEMO, as we saw in lignite units. Let's focus on this graph now. In 2025, you see the blue line going down to 0. At the same time, LP1, LP3 reaching up 45 euros. So when buying during the afternoon, don't think that you get your money back. You pay actually 45 euros. And we see in February the same thing. Cost reaches 65% during the afternoon hours. When the price is 0, the offsetting cost is higher. So when the industry buys during the afternoon hours, it pays 45 euros. And here I'm showing the same graph on a daily basis for the last 2 weeks of February. Again, we have the same image. Blue is near 0, and offsetting energies are going up. And these are mainly the natural gas units that Ipto Admie introduces into the system. This has to be corrected. In the whole of Europe, we have a pre-purchase of power since 2021. So I am finishing because I don't have any more time. Thank you.
Τέλεια, ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you for keeping the time. I think that you mentioned some very important issues. I hope we will have the time to discuss them further. Now let's give the floor to Mr. Ladakakos, Chairman of the Board at HWEA, Hellenic Wind Energy Association. We spoke about structural reforms. How do we translate these measures that we've taken into the challenges that the wind sector still has? Thank you, Yanis. Thank you, Energypress, once again for this important conference. I am going to speak about renewables and maybe more about wind. The first message to convey is that despite all complaints, we are heading towards the right direction. We have done already a lot for the green transition, and we see it in every measure we take. Renewables will stay the cheapest energy source for the system. This is a fact, and it's here to stay. Another fact is that despite the fact that we are introducing cheaper renewables month after month, the pressures both on the industry and the individuals, the households, is higher than the level we want to see. This means that we need to do something. A third fact is that, as we hear in the market, is that the electricity market maybe has not been designed for such a high penetration of renewables. But again, we should consider that investing in renewables were planned according to this specific electricity market. So we are speaking about multi-year investments, which have been designed on elements that might be not exactly accurate. So we have to be very careful. If we carry out any reform to lower prices, we might harm the structure of these investment designs. So as we heard this morning, I do agree that we need some reforms, but we do not need to overthrow the solutions that we have on the table today. If we reconfigure the market from scratch, I believe that we'll have an earthquake that is going to be very harmful for all sectors. So when we're speaking about the design of the market, I am thinking about the software of the system. We are not dealing so much with the hardware of the system. If we don't have a proper hardware, no matter whether we have the optimal software, it won't function. Hardware basically is the mix of renewables plus thermal units that will be introduced into the system in the next years. For some time now, we have been saying that this renewables mix is towards the wrong direction. We need more wind into the system. Whatever we do, if we have zero price in the afternoon, but in the night we won't have any energy, we won't have any solution. So the renewables mix is at issue. Second, storage is not the panacea. It cannot solve every problem in the energy market. We are speaking today about 2-hour batteries or even 4-hour batteries at most. But we need, I am repeating, a better renewables mix in order to optimize the use of our storage. Otherwise, we'll have more problems than solutions. So storage is necessary, but we have to design it correctly. Number 3, about hardware. Electrification This has to go on. No matter how good a market we have, no matter how much we want to support the industry, especially at the critical hours within the day or the year, and I do agree with my colleagues here, we cannot utilize the renewables if we haven't electrified the industry. So we do need some reforms, which, however, will become the tools to instrumentalize the best result. As Mr. Karpos said, we should focus on CFDs more. Actually, in Greece, CFDs are the tenders called by the ministry. These tenders can put a pressure on the prices downwards, and they have brought good results. We had 3 years without any tenders whatsoever, however. So we can improve that. Corporate PPAs are good, but actually they don't function in our country. We won't analyze why now, but the over supply of PVs doesn't work correctly. We necessarily need other types of renewables, and we don't have them in order to create the corporate PPAs. Pooling is important and an interesting solution. We have to discuss it because corporate PPAs have to go through the state tenders. We can match these two solutions for a win-win outcome, both for producers and industry and individuals, households. So that's how we'll reach the optimal results. Regarding redesigning the market, I am coming back to the matter of electrification. We have been speaking about data centers, but of course we have not to include them. We don't include them in the market demand and offer equations. I believe that this sends wrong messages to the market. So let me finish with a couple of messages. Whatever we do, no matter how we change the market design, if we don't reform our hardware, we will not reach the optimal result. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. I think you've touched upon very critical issues and questions that must be answered, and it remains to be seen how these are going to be addressed in, first of all, the further development of renewables. Like I said, you mentioned some important things, and hopefully we will have the time to talk about the CFDs, the tenders. We heard the minister today about what he had to say, but maybe some proposals that you might have with your experience. Anyway, let's move on to Mr. Aslanoglu, the General Director of ESPEN. What we need to see is the entire range of this supply chain, and the suppliers do need to examine alternative mechanisms and, of course, answer whether or not you would like your answer about whether or not we need a reform on the energy market. Thank you, Yanis, for the question. Thank you to the Energy Project for the Energypress for the invitation. Obviously, the market is an important question here, and when it comes to the price and the consumer, the discussion on a European level seems, on the one hand, like it is a machine on the side of the politicians and an economic analysis that is not always carried out the way that it should, so that we arrive at the right conclusions and proceed with the necessary changes.
structurally speaking, the market is built in the way every market is built for the last 200 years. The existence of a spot market, its main benefit when we talk about competition is that there is a place where people can sell and buy the energy they need. The price is a secondary consideration, important, but secondary. The most important thing is to be able to sell and buy. So it's a good thing that we have the spot market. Limit pricing for the last 30 years has been studied in many different ways, and it's established that this is the best way to do it. Now, we're talking about redesigning. The proposals on the side of the Commission, the directive that we've seen, with the CFDs, with other measures mentioned, is not something new. There's always been CFDs, there's always been PPAs, there's always been a need for hedging on the side of suppliers to be able to be secure in offering fixed tariffs and prices to the consumers. In the same sense, you need those PPAs so that producers, either for natural gas, meaning conventional ones, or for renewables, need a financial flow in order to finance the projects, and industry, first and foremost, a special type of consumer, not like the others, that needs different handling. Also, through those tools, it could be possible to find solutions to address the long-term needs of the market, of the industry, rather. So, therefore, we do have the tools in the market. Maybe they've not been used, or maybe we don't talk about them. They are not part of the discussion to date. But what we're seeing today, and I'm going to talk about the Greek market, but more or less the same applies to the other markets. On the one hand, we have the renewables producers who don't have the PPAs in order to sell energy. There's no buyer. Why? Because buyers are small, because they don't want to engage over a long period of time, because the marketplace is creating problems for them. There's a problem for the suppliers. They don't have this two-way agreements. They cannot hedge. They prefer to have fluctuating tariffs, even though this directive has posed the issue of hedging, having a hedging obligation in Greece. It's not discussed. In other countries, it is the main issue in terms of supply. And of course, on the side of the conventional, let's put it, producers, we have the same problems. The main part of the profit, for example, in Spain, which is certain, it comes from balancing markets, not from energy markets, from other types of energies, of markets, excuse me. Therefore, to reference the proposal by Mr. Kapros, it's evident that we need to see what we have, and what we have needs to be incorporated or turned into a new working design. This design, this reform is not to be formulated in vacuum. We need to actually consider the conditions of the market, serve the consumption, and give the signal that will say that the energy market, the electricity market, is going to offer the certainty, and it's going to be financially viable in order to also serve electrification. Panagiotis was right to mention that. People are reluctant to use a heat pump, for example, to add that if they don't know how much they're going to pay for electricity next month. So all these issues are tied together. Each country has its own problems. Not all are the same. And we should not be expecting others to solve our problems. Each country has their own set of problems. We have a specific way of doing things. For example, we have the discussion about market separation.
But we do have separated market. We have the market for distribution, and we have the spot market. The problem with the guaranteed market is with the RES operator is that the operator is the largest player there. The natural gas markets are using spot markets, but they don't really make a difference. Again, we have the same problem. So we have a specific problem. And the proposal by Mr. Kapros is very clear. So the issue here is not about whether or not we need to implement the proposal. The question is, when are we going to implement it? The more we delay the production market, the supply market, all the markets, nothing works well, which means that electrification cannot progress because no one's going to trust, no one's going to tie their whole consumption with electricity. Because we're talking about substituted natural gas for heating and for transport. Would you do that if you don't know how much you're going to pay for electricity? No. So in this sense, I would say that what is urgent right now is to start this discussion and to close it, conclude in time, before it's too late for all parts of the industry, not only for supply. Thank you. Thank you, Miltos. Now, to continue with your last comment, if we were to choose the main priority, the number one priority, the thing that can work right now for the local market, what would that be? Let's start with you for the second round of comments. I'd say that at the level of the market, the most important problem right now, the most important issue that needs to be resolved on all levels is liquidity. Therefore, the regulatory measures that need to be adopted must target at enhancing cash flow in the different markets, whether we are talking about the PPA market or the spot market or the redispatching market that Adonis was right to mention the volume, but in reality, redispatching is a structural element that has to do with the introduction of renewables, and it is also a matter of competition related to how many can make an offer in redispatching. So I would say that focus number one in the design, the main priority, is to increase liquidity into the different markets. Panagiotis. You mentioned CFDs, a new age system. We have the Apollo system. How can you combine these two? In brief, a couple of conclusions from our recent experience, because more or less everyone agrees that we need to have mass CFDs tenders, so they have to be successful. Was the right tender successful? I'm not talking about PVs, just wind farms. It was a bittersweet taste. It was successful, but there was not enough participation. We need a lot of participation to have competition and lower the prices and have more wind units, wind farms in the system. So we need to resolve spatial issues. We need to resolve the permit issues. And when it comes to the spatial system, if it is it needs to be done properly, the planning. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of problems. Thirdly, indexing. We've been talking about it for a long time. There was a tender during the Iran crisis, with all this discussion about these inflations and everything. No one's going to bid at their lowest price in these conditions of insecurity. And fourth, a clear time frame for tenders. Adonis, I agree with the previous speakers, but let's also not forget that we need to support the regulator. It's something that we are missing, and we need to support it. Now, it is clear, everyone agrees, as Draghi said, renewables should not be paid by the spot market. I like your quotes. People are keeping the discussion going. Let's say that we made a big spoiler here. I think that Adonis kind of make an announcement here. It was like you were a government spokesperson with telling us what we expect. So these are the measures that were considered before the crisis, and now they are not sufficient. They were not sufficient, said the speaker, even before the crisis erupted. Well, we agree with Adonis, especially with the surcharges. These are important services that APTO is taking because we need to have this continuity. Now, to look at this holistically, we need to evaluate and consider the balancing market as a complement to DAM, so we need to keep that in mind. And comparing with other countries such as Ireland, we would see that the balancing costs in our case are quite lower compared to Ireland that have a similar penetration percentage to us. And it's similar to Italy. So if we are to show and talk about numbers, we need to keep in mind the cost of all markets, because this is actually one single market. But I agree with Adonis that there are solutions, as we did with remote heating, teleheating. These are proposals that are on the table, but we need to keep in mind that the additional costs come from additional services that are necessary for the system. I will go a little back, said Professor Kapros. Consider in 2022 the pricing, how it was, huge profits, investments in renewables. Everyone thought that they're going to make huge amounts of money, that PPAs were not longer necessary, that state aids were not necessary, and investment was being planned. Then, between 23 and 26, there was a minister that changed the dogma. The idea is no longer having state aids. The capital-intense investments that were supported in the past were no longer to be supported because of this change in dogma. But now the government is going back to looking at that again. But let me tell you, it cannot be possible to have a system that is now only capital and only natural gas, which is essentially working for the system, and that cannot go through just the spot market. It cannot be like that. If we don't address this issue, no one will be able to survive. Storage. We are looking at creating the same bubble. The first participants are thinking that they're going to make a lot of money. They are crunching the numbers. But they forget that when we have more storage systems, more storage units in the system, the entire thing will collapse together. And let me say one more thing. This war is going to end. Why are the US looking for long-term LNG contracts? Because they have overcapacity of liquefaction, and we're going to see a collapse of the prices in LNG gas in 27, 28. And we're going to see what will happen to those investments that are related. Thank you, gentlemen. I think we had a very interesting discussion with different views, highlighting important issues. And I think that the takeaway here, or the punchline, as the professor said, is we need to look at the future with a clear mind and eyes and a continuity. Thank you.
Συνεχίζουμε, αγαπητές φίλες και φίλοι. Συνεχίζουμε με την επόμενη ενότητα. Όπως έχετε δει...
Moving on with our next panel, we are already in the electricity market discussion, and this second panel is about to continue a discussion which is very hot on a European level. So we are continuing with a discussion that is very hot on a European level, and it's about the need of supporting and expanding the networks, interconnections between countries and with countries outside of the EU, with countries in the EU, since it is now recognized that the energy transition cannot progress, cannot be served without the corresponding expansion and support to the grids. With me to discuss the issue is the Chairman and CEO of IPTO, Mr. Manos Manousakis, Mr. Ioannis Stefanou, Partner, Head of Energy Department at Grant Thornton, Greece. Mr. Yannis Karidas is the CEO of Kopelousos Group for Renewables and Energy Storage. Mr. Evangelos Kourakis, Partner, Head of Energy and Infrastructure at the law firm Koutallidis. Thank you all for being with us. So, we have the time on the clock. Mr. Manousakis, we will start with you. We hear today about new strikes. The crisis in the Middle East is continuing. Already we feel the impact on the Greek market. So, in terms of the discussion here today, how does this situation affect us, and how do you see things moving in the future? First of all, Mr. Panagoulis, thank you for inviting us this year, the seventh edition of your conference. And just let me say that I'm happy that we have a panel discussion about grids. The first time I joined, all the discussion was about natural gas, and I was the only one talking about networks. But I think this actually shows the difference that we've seen over the last years. Now, to answer your question, of course, there's a great deal of concern. I think that it was evident from what the minister said this morning and what the head of DESFA said. I will talk about our sector and the potential impact on the electricity markets. The matter of the prices is very clear. Especially the natural gas spot market is going to be affected if the war continues. But beyond that, the operator is not fit to answer how we're going to respond to that as a country. That's a matter for the government. We are concerned about adequacy, sufficiency, and thankfully, we don't get any gas from the Gulf, as you know, and we have the pipes going from Russia and from Azerbaijan until 2027. So short term, in terms of adequacy, we're okay. Now, if the war goes beyond the summer and enters, we start the winter season, things are going to change. But that's a thing for the future. That's a question for the future. It's not a relevant discussion right now. What could be useful to mention is that one of the reasons we have not still felt the impact of the crisis, as Ms. Ferruccia mentioned, is that we have 55% in our mix that comes from renewables, and especially this year, where we had a lot of rain as well, that adds, the hydro plants add to the mix, and as a result, on normal days with normal sun, Greece is 5 or 6 from the bottom in wholesale prices. On the contrary, where on the days when the natural gas defines the prices, we become the most expensive ones. So I think this proves, after all these years, that it was a good strategy to grow renewables, to develop renewables in Greece, and that now, in order to keep this model sustainable over the next years, what we need, and in fact we should have been moving faster in this direction, we need to develop storage as well. Having the storage projects that are already on queue, and also having pumped storage. That's going to create, that's going to shield prices in Greece. And in a period of crisis, we will be able to avoid any shortages if we have enough storage facilities. So for us, it is critical to accelerate the regulatory concerns, the pending issues, so that we can progress with storage projects. We are in favor of developing storage on all levels, standalone batteries and behind-the-meter storage. And I believe that should be our strategy over the next years. Obviously, it is important that interest is renewed in drilling, for natural gas drilling in the Greek area after many years of talking about it. But of course, that is a problem for the medium term, and it's not going to resolve any issues arising from this crisis right now. This crisis means that the energy system continues to be in turmoil, and there's going to be an effect on the oil market and the natural gas market short term. And to continue what you said before, it is true that the Iran attacks to the energy infrastructure of Kuwait today was something that we hoped could have been avoided. It's going to mean that there are going to be possible hits on infrastructure, which is going to make the global market more vulnerable to disruptions in the supply of natural gas and oil. So we need to be prepared. I know that the minister is always is on top of this issue. And we need to be prepared and keep in our minds that, thankfully, right now we do not depend on the Gulf market as much in the spot market. A question. There's a capital share increase for IPTO right now. What is the progress, and does that relate to the investment plan and therefore the ability of the country to respond to these issues in terms of the investments? Well, yes. First, let me explain to the public why we are proceeding with the capital share increase. Let me remind you that as of 2017, that this growth course of IPTO started, we didn't have any capital share increase. But our capex was approximately 4 billion euro. We have multiplied a more regulated base. We have a different electric system in 2026 than it was in 2017, mainly based on two things: our prudent management, not exceeding our project budget, delivering projects on time, all our actions, and we were able to spend this 4 billion without going back to our shareholders for increasing our capital share. But we have ahead of us a new decade plan by the operator that is approved, and we have another 8 billion approved. So you understand that in order to actually proceed with the growth of the grids and the development that we want, we are reaching a point where we do need this capital share increase. We've calculated based on what we know, because we cannot know the price of the material. We've calculated that in order to meet the demands, we need this 1 billion that we're asking from our shareholders. The political decision was, and I'm mentioning a political decision because by 51% the major shareholder is the Greek state, and the decision of the shareholders depends on that decision of the state. And the decision was to have it pro rata, so 51% will come from the Greek state, 21% by the State Corporation of China, and 25% by IPTO will get it from the stock market. So what you're describing is already finalized, concrete. Yes, this is already underway, meaning that as we're just observing right now, we heard from the minister, and we carried out our general meeting to start the process, and we are now in trying to accumulate the capital, and IPTO is going to go to the stock market, and the timeline is that we want this process to be completed in June. If it is completed in June, we will be on time with our timeline and with what we have stated and what we have been approved by the regulator. And this relates to the general capability of Greece to have adequacy. this is not only about interconnections and adequacy, it's also about pricing, because this is going to lower the use of oil for electricity generation on our islands. That's going to lower prices. And also we will have the ability to have even more renewables in the system, and therefore with more renewables production, with the development of storage and our improved export abilities, we are going to enhance our energy autonomy. Thank you for this first comments. Rather extended, but I asked you two questions. Mr. Stefano, you've been working on these issues. This is why we have you on the panel. And I'm going to ask you, what are the challenges for the operators, for the grids, from the European policy up because of the energy highways?
Thank you so much for the invitation. We should start by saying that Greece investing in renewables was, of course, very wise. It seems that the energy system in the country is going well. We are independent as much as we can. Now let's see the challenges. Of course, the infrastructures are important. And as we've heard, the cost is high to have a better infrastructure. So, considering the long-term horizon of investments, we understand that the operators are under stress due to the fluctuation of the market. And of course, we have highly geared operators, so we have variable needs. On the other hand, loans are differentiated in terms of including new types of risk schemes. Indicatively, I can share a request by an organization made to us for credit worthiness of various European operators. As regards the cross-border projects, utilization is important, export-import motives, of course. Whenever one designs a project for 2026, it's easy to forecast all the above indicators. And of course, we have to consider who is paying. We have the CTCA standards, and the member state can understand which would be the benefit and the cost-benefit ratio, etc. The cross-border projects demand streamlining of states, policies, markets, etc., and this should be based on, ideally, of course, on a decision-maker point. But of course, this is difficult to do in practice, and that's why we have the delays, and sometimes we have the delays in design also. As a member state, of course, we have some national priorities, which sometimes make design of works even more difficult. This way, we are entering in a new era of grid management. We need to have a real-time management. We need to have a better forecast. Maybe regulatory decisions should be taken on that. Yes, is the answer. In our opinion, an important step would be improving the regulatory framework, both in terms of design and implementation, deployment of works, and especially the cross-border ones. We also need to have better regulating models, because if we want to stick on the typical fees of these investments as we have until today, we won't have any bigger investments in the future. We have to improve this model. We can also implement a hybrid model and see what else we can improve. Thank you, Mr. Stefano. Now, Mr. Karidas from Copelou's group. You are one of the protagonists in Greece and Cyprus pipeline, interconnection rather. What about the new challenges that you see for this project in view of the contemporary developments? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. The war has shown that normality nowadays for this century is to have geopolitical turbulences. So we have to learn how to design our investments in order to support our economy. The war as such, to the degree that it can influence global economy, is important for all projects. But unfortunately, the war is here, and it shows how these types of projects like this interconnection that you mentioned is so important. Geopolitical conflicts prove that we need to shield national economies. And shielding energy is one major step for having a healthy economy, no matter what the circumstances. This is why we believe that supporting energy safety and security and differentiation of the energy sector can be considered as important tools in this upgrade. So, in the short term, we have some turbulences. In the long term, in the medium term rather, we might have some impacts, challenging impacts, as in all investments. But in the long term, these projects will prove to be a very important one, not only for the energy sector, but for the national economy. Both enhancing our environmental impact and also shielding our economy, decreasing prices, and helping upgrading energy security. So I would say that the circumstances show exactly how important it is to find these types of investments that will leave behind an important positive impact print for the Greek economy. During the last couple of years, as you mentioned, we have seen the importance of interconnections in between the European countries and the European Union also. And the action plan for grids and Jürgensen announcements in December show exactly how important interconnections are to control the energy prices, to decrease them if this can be done, and to unify the markets. Any higher competition would decrease the markets, at least in theory, because this is the reason why we have this architecture of interconnections. from high prices to lower prices. Indeed, plus the characteristics of this specific interconnection, transferring energy from a land which is flat and gives the opportunity for easier constructions into another more challenging relief, a country with more challenging relief. This would give us the opportunity to have better prices in the future. So this is a practical improvement. We have carried out a survey with an international consultant that showed that the Greek interconnection project can lower the prices a lot. So where do we stand with the project so that we have a full picture? For the moment, we have started the final designs. The overall connection under water connection and land connections are under design, and also we are designing the cost-benefit of the project as well. And very soon we will be ready to call a tender for the next designs, starting from the marine survey mapping, utilizing well-equipped vessels. We are going to map the bottom, to survey the areas where we are going to work. After that, or maybe in parallel, we will call the environmental study, and then soon after that, we will call the tender for the land projects, the land constructions in both countries, Greece and Cyprus. This has been one of the very few. This has been one of the major projects that we have seen. And we have seen that the European Union also believes that this is an important project. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Kourakis from Koutalides Law Firm.
Και η πολιτική, η στρατηγική και πολιτική στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση για τα ευρωπαϊκά δίκτυα της ενεργειακής λεωφόρου.
How do you think that we can continue with the energy avenues, the energy highways, and how can we utilize the funds in the best way in order to see Greece becoming an energy hub, especially for green energy? Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, today the situation is challenging, especially for Europe. And this will not change for long, because we see that demand for energy is high. China was very smart in the way they developed their energy sector. We understand that when we import natural gas from countries which are thousands of kilometers away, this will be expensive no matter what. So electrification is important. This means that we are dealing with renewables more just because these are easier forms of energy to tackle. Of course, we do want to reach the environmental targets, but also we want to reach independence, energy independence. When I visited China last year, we saw that they had electrical bikes, electrical cars, everything was electrical. So we need to enhance our grids and networks in order to have more successful electrification launches. We understand very well that the countries that control oil exports are important, but equally significant are the roles of the operators in the European Union countries, because this is where autonomy is evaluated. In the EU, we say that until 2040, we should invest in networks up to 1.3 trillion. This shows the strategic importance to succeed this full independence from third countries. The European Union, since 2025, started the grid package schemes. This means that we are trying to be more organized in the way we develop grids. So instead of having independent projects here or there, the Commission would have a coordinating role in order to optimize the designs. At the same time, we have another view, a newer view in terms of reforms. Licensing will become faster, and licensing is one of the major challenges for operators all over the EU. And we believe that this is going to improve the situation. Nowadays, the archaeological organization can stop any project that is starting. Then we will not have these issues in the future. We will need to take decisions based on energy indicators, not on aesthetic indicators. We did have this case of a monastery that blocked the development of such a project because it would block the view they had. Nevertheless, we also have a new discussion related to cost sharing for interconnections, so that we see that we don't have that we do have smooth deployments. As regards energy highways, we have some interconnections which are very important in our opinion. High priority are the interconnection with Cyprus, the Greci connection, and these have to go forward quickly. We have 3 Greek projects among the 8 approved within the EU. So this shows that Greece can become Rotterdam of the area. Greece can become Rotterdam of energy, of the electrons. Let me conclude with something which is equally important in our opinion. We need to develop the network further, and this can happen after the necessary regulatory amendments. But at the same time, we need to focus on the operators' work to support the grids and networks apart from the self-understood measure of investing on them. So we should see maybe the capacity of individuals to directly finance the operator. Maybe a household, for example, can draft a work plan, and they could add up to the investment done in the specific energy sector. This would be an individual development, an individual deployment of the project, and this would be a contract in between the household and the operator. The RAI will not come into this scheme. both Law 4001 and the European directive can open this window to the individuals, to the households, to enter the equation with bilateral agreements. This would mean that we would have a vast expansion of the grid to the benefit of ADMIE, IPTOS. Of course, the operating cost will fall, and we can also enter this innovative area to open the road for more optimal models. Of course, we want to have 3 kilowatts in Attica, but we want to have an appropriate network so as to transfer this energy to further sectors. So this is the next best case that we will see, and the politicians should focus on that to start right away. Thank you so much. This was a very interesting proposal that you made. We are a bit behind in our schedule, so I would say Mr. Manousakis to comment on what Mr. Kourakis just mentioned for the new challenges. So I'm going to give the floor to the four gentlemen here for their final thoughts regarding this idea. Just one phrase to finish. Of course, these innovative ideas are very good, but we need to provide storage at the same time. As you mentioned, data centers, I would say that projects like GREGI, Egypt-Greece connection, will help that Greece becomes an energy hub, attracting important investments. So both a hybrid hub and an energy hub. Plus, Greece can become the heart of this vertical highway to transfer clean energy from the south to the north. This will be important both for the national economy and security. Mr. Manousakis, what would you say how would you say AI contributes to the issues here? We have heard very interesting proposals from my co-panelists. Mr. Stefano mentioned a specialized regulatory framework. If we add the EU policies to subsidize the energy highways from 5.8 billion, we are reaching now 30 with the new announcements. And this regards a deepening of European unification vision. But if we add this to the fact that these projects need to be profitable, so we should consider some models that would leave revenues behind. The existence of major consumers, like the data centers or the AI consumption, has changed already the landscape in the other continents, as in the American continent, where we see that they are redesigning their deployment to take into consideration this AI consumption. In our country, we have seen an increased demand of electrical space from the consumption part instead of the injection part. So the same way, rather, we believe that we should support this. how maybe the introduction of individual investors into the scheme, as Mr. Kourakis mentioned, or with a regulatory framework that would favor investments by the operator more. Nevertheless, the major new consumption schemes for the coming years will demand an increase of investments in relation to what was budgeted in the previous years, before the AI eruption. And can we enhance stability of the network? Have we budgeted these surges in the next years for IPTO? Yes, but we believe that we will have further needs in the next years. We have already budgeted some investments in AI systems in order to change the maintenance indicators. We have a new digital maintenance center. It's brand new, as we are going to introduce new equipment with sensors, with drones, cameras, thermal trackers, etc. All these are going to add up to our capex. Yet, however, we haven't considered the introduction of projects like Greki in Greece, or how we will reach 80%, which is our target, from 55 or 60 when we are now, with a sustainable renewables design. Or we should see how we can increase the density of the network so we won't have any problems with the natural disasters, well, like we had in Thessalia with the Daniel floods. What do we expect? That this additional funding would be done for the benefit of the end consumer. Secure electrical system, higher storage, and better prices. Thank you, everyone. This was a very interesting discussion. Indeed, as you said in the beginning, it seems that it is high time that we speak about networks from a different point of view.
Εγώ συνεχίζω Εγώ συνεχίζω να βρίσκομαι...
Well, I'm still there at the podium because I plan on having an interesting discussion with Mr. Lostarakos, the president of ESPEN. Like I say, usually we have, it's a habit of ours to have this discussion in every conference. As you understand, mainly our talk is about the very interesting issue of how the supplying companies, and just to be clear, suppliers everywhere in Greece and our country have a distinct role in relation to producers. Some may be both suppliers and producers, but suppliers have a specific role in the electric system. And I would say, Mr. Lostarakos, because we've started in this conference 7 years ago, we started looking at the issues of supply, specific focus. And I want to start from there and hear from you, from this standpoint, the standpoint of supply, how you see things moving in the Greek electric market. First of all, thank you for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to talk about the conditions in our sector. I would say that the market is now maturing. It's a stage of maturation. The business, the vehicles that we have are being established, the schemes, and now we are looking more and more at integrating and have a vertical at integrating production and supply. Looking, of course, at what is possible right now, the external regulatory reforms have been limited, are not as extended now. And I would say that opening the market is more now dependent on our initiatives and what choices we make in our investments. So I think that we have reliable suppliers in the market. They can offer the services, and then they can play a part in securing supply for our country. So you would say that the market has matured. Yes, and we see that in the products and the services that are being offered. So we're looking at the most extrovert part of our work, with a lot of interaction with the consumers. A typical example are dynamic tariffs that are now available to small consumers as well, and it's a typical example of a new category of products for the entire market. Of course, against now it's not about adding more products just to add products. It's about adding value, giving value to consumers, and that requires a combination of things, meaning that we need to combine our technological readiness with the operational capacity of the operators, and of course with the will of the government, of the state, to extend the perimeter of our activities. In terms of the first, our readiness is of course important, and it has to go hand in hand with the operational capacity of the operator. And I'm talking about the distribution system operator, because that's the entity that we're mainly working with on a daily basis. They cover a large part of our needs. So we do have specific asks and a lot of interaction with the DE, HEDNO. Steps have been taken. For example, the dynamic invoices that I mentioned. To give you an example, we cannot be talking about dynamic invoices if we don't have measurements on real-time basis, certified or not. And today we don't have that. There is a deadline of 5 months, and they need to respond within time. So we are in the month 4, so we should be seeing some developments quite
soon. If we don't have the data, if we don't have the infrastructure, we cannot really create new services or new products. So we are ready, and we need the operational readiness from the institutional entities that are part of the market so that we can take the next step. And going back, I'd say that if we have real-time measurements, you will see our reaction and how we respond to that with very bold decisions, so our dynamic products can be deeper and more penetration than what they have today. Now, to conclude in terms of the state, because I mentioned that. No, please tell us. You are talking about something that highlights a problem, an operational problem in the system. Of course, there are gaps in terms of the of the regulation. If you have some issues, specific issues that are things that need to be improved, we should be talking about them. Well, there are many pains in the system, many things that we need, things that we're talking about over and over, but the main things that affect the market and the consumer are, first of all, the debts that we have accumulated. It's something that affects the suppliers and affects the prices. So overdue debts over the last 4 years, despite what the ministry says, despite the discussion from the regulator, there is a regulatory gap there. This is indeed a gap that's been going on for so long. We've been talking about it every year. We're going to have Mr. Tsafos and Ms. Pagliaruta tomorrow here. They work with more practical issues, but really this topic is a very strange case, the fact that it cannot be resolved over the 5 or 6 years. Before they give you the answers, I will give you the questions. And after the last decision by the regulator, we took the initiative, went to the ministry with some proposals. We did we compromised from our side, and I believe that we have arrived at the text that we feel is the final one. So the only thing that remains is for a decision to be taken, and if not now, after all this work, then when? So that's one question. The other is the different character when it comes to the deficit with a special account. So I'm talking about the eco special account that was in the red in 2023 and continues to be in the red ever since. And this is also a concern because of two reasons. One is that there's an imbalance between incoming and outgoing flows, and we need to look at that. And second, we're starting to establish the perception that suppliers can offer unofficial debts, loaning services, interest-free, in fact, which is not the case. This account has been financed with 500 million euro, and in the end was in the red for 400. So this is not viable, obviously. But the fact remains that structurally we have an issue. This account is continuously in debt, so something needs to change. Yes, there needs to be a subsidy, obviously, in order to deal with this deficit. And of course, until we have the interconnection with grid, this needs to be addressed more permanently. And this is not about financing from our side, this is for financing from the state. And the third issue that is a bit more complex but also more critical is electricity theft, the normalization issue that has been progressing And even though we were expecting some progress, unfortunately, 2023 was a worse year than 2022. And despite the fact that the first legal action that we started did not bring any result, we're going to continue to request compensation for this period. And the main thing that we are claiming is a sustainable solution going forward, because the solution is not for us to be going to court all the time. So that is one thing. Now for us, this is a regulatory gap. So HEVNO should have a very strong package of measures to increase its capacity to deal with electricity theft. And there have to be very specific limits for losses during final clearance. Otherwise, there should be action taken. The HEVNO should be the one responsible for dealing with electricity theft, not the suppliers, because this is a thorny issue. There is also the approach that we should calculate this cost build it into our invoices, our tariffs. But first of all, it's not easy for us to calculate. There's no specific pattern about how electricity theft happens, so we cannot have the right prediction unless we overcharge. So either we strengthen HEVNO to address electricity theft, or this has to be included in the suppliers' invoices. Well, all the issues that you raised are very clear, and the way that you put things, we can say that the ministry and the operator have all the information that they need, and they should be proceeding with decisions responsibly. Now, another question. With the conditions of the wholesale market as they are, many times over the day you buy electricity at negative prices or zero prices. Nonetheless, what we see in terms of the result and the balances are not high profits. How can that be explained? First of all, the green tariffs invoices are hedged and the prices are high for them. They are not per hour and they are offered horizontally. So those fixed prices for 1 or 2 years were lower than our cost for competition reasons. So competition lowers prices. We were working with a negative cross margin. So that had a very negative impact on their financial situation. This is why prices are increasing now. So the fact that the renewables producers are losing money because of this wholesale condition, has this been also felt by the consumers? Yes, to an extent it has. Now, to conclude, maybe you can give us a sense, your view about the next day in the relationship between the consumer and the supplier, the role of the supplier in the electricity system. Just a couple of words. Well, to look at the future, we need to look at more mature markets. So the supplier of the future is more extrovert, more dynamic, but also that is not so far in the future. It's closer than we would have thought. And to tie to what I said before about the operators, there is a 5-year plan for the installation of smart meters, which is going to be
throughout the country. If you also include telemetering and access to real-time data, then we're talking about a new condition completely, where consumers can use apps and know when they should be consuming. They can store energy. They can receive customized tariffs. And of course, consulting services that are of real value. So then the suppliers can be sort of a one-stop shop. They can be producers. They can offer energy-saving services. And then the relationship between the supplier and the client, the consumer, becomes much more cohesive, closer, and that gives more abilities to both consumers and suppliers. And of course, this new era is ushered in by those dynamic invoices. Of course, the conditions right now are not ideal. Because of the crisis, we have more risk. Yes, so this ties into what I said before. We need the data in order to be able to make meaningful decisions. Thank you, Mr. Lostarakos. I think that you opened a lot of issues. You've highlighted what needs to be discussed. And now we will proceed with a panel discussion moderated by Mr. Thodoris Papadopoulos, the General Director of Samaras & Associates, who is very experienced in these topics. Now, we have Mr. Tsalemis, Mr. Papamichail, and Mr. Dumas with us. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι. Σας καλωσορίζω.
Hello. I'd like to welcome you to this panel. Our excellent guests here are going to discuss a very topical issue based on what we heard before. We understand that the Greek electricity and gas market is entering a new maturation stage. After the war in Ukraine, we have the recent developments in the Middle East to show us that in energy markets, crises are no longer the exception, it's the new normal. And all of us need to accept that. So in this new normal, we're going to try to see how the business map is readjusted, what are the new business products that are commercial products that are being developed, and what are the terms and conditions for a new competitive market to the benefit of consumers, household and commercial consumers. No, let me welcome Mr. Dimitris Tsalemis, the Network Customers Director by HEDNO, Mr. Kostas Papamichail, the Deputy General Director of ESPEN, and Mr. Christophos Zoumas, the Director from the Energy Exchange. Having the right people with us today in the panel, I think we have the best conditions for a very productive discussion. And let's start with you, Mr. Tsalemis. It seems that in this difficult condition, consumers, household or commercial consumers, have
placed their hopes for better prices to these new products, such as dynamic tariffs. But the use of dynamic tariffs presupposes the installation of smart meters. So, can you tell us, you as HEDNO, are you ready to respond to this demand and support the supply of these products from the producers to consumers? Hello, and thank you for the invitation. The Energypress conferences are always very interesting. The discussion is always very topical. Listen, for our discussion today, it's true that we believe the market is now in a time of maturity. And this is not just about the fact that we have more products, that we have more suppliers, more providers. It is also true that suppliers have more options, such as dynamic tariffs. I would say dynamic options. They can be active consumers, not just choose among tariffs that are either fixed or fluctuating. And the other important thing for consumers is their participation in production and the self-consumption. They become more flexible in terms of their needs. So we are in a transitional period towards that market with active options, and the necessary element of that are smart meters. It is modern measuring infrastructure to provide data to the key players in the market so that the suppliers are able to do what they need to do and make available options for the consumers. In terms of our readiness, today we are offering certified measuring data at the level of 50 minutes for 225,000 medium voltage consumers. This might appear a small number, but it corresponds to 46% of energy consumption in the country. So already this is a big pool in terms of consumption that consumers can use dynamic tariffs. At the same time, HEDNO has installed another 2 million smart meters at low voltage consumers who could potentially be included in dynamic tariffs, and in total we're going to have 1.4 points in consumption points and 54% of the total consumption as a pool for dynamic tariffs. Now, the Smart Meters project is a project with a horizon leading up to 2030. Until 2030, all Greek consumers will have a smart meter and will be getting data on a 15-minute time frame. But it should be noted that it is a huge project right now with smart meters, and we should also say that within 2 years from signing the relevant contract, it was signed in 2025, May 2025, and we will have covered 50% of the consumers in Greece within 2 years. So I believe the development, this is an important development. Now, for real-time data, very hot topic, especially considering dynamic tariffs. The DA, in fact, has in its budget and its planning the installation to 2.3 million points, supply points, a special option to give real-time data. But with the experience that we have from Europe the European data. This real-time data is not a precondition, a prerequisite for moving forward with dynamic invoices. Thank you, Mr. Tsalemis. We're going to go back to that.
Το περιμένει.
Now, Mr. Papamichail, you're here on behalf of the suppliers, ESPEN. So I would like you to tell us, as regards the suppliers of electricity, which are the basic developments in your view in the energy market? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, we can say that after the period of the energy crisis of 22, after the end of at the end of 2021 actually until now in the beginnings of 25, we saw that the supply market started normalizing its operation to the benefit of the consumers. We saw fixed billing schemes, fixed invoices per megawatt hour per level of consumption. We also saw dynamic schemes of billing aiming at motivating the consumers to actively take part in the energy market. At the same time, we saw the consumers turning towards fixed billing schemes, which amounts to 30% of the market, which shows the competitive characteristics of these these schemes. However, this period seems that is over due to the war in Iran, where we see the prices going up again and the energy cost also. So the new aim now is to open up the discussion about the necessary measures, how to correct the surges that we have seen. We were at the path of normalization, but now we have disrupted this path, and we'll see how we have to see how we go back to smooth operation. Now, Mr. Zoumas, the Greek energy stock market, the exchange, follows very closely and co-develops the market of tomorrow. So which are your views on that? Starting from 2018, when HEDNO was founded, until 2025, 26, with the introduction of 15-minute products plus storage units in the markets, now we have an energy exchange which is leading the modernization of the markets. We had a very obsolete market before. Now we have very modern markets, including the ADMIE balancing markets also. And I believe that we have all the tools that are necessary for everyday management of portfolios.
Έτσι, αποτελεί και μία απάντηση σε κάποιες φωνές οι οποίες μιλάνε για ρηχότητα.
There are some voices that speak about a very shallow market in Greece, especially as regards wholesale. But we have to see how we can expand the established power in Greece so that we can see an improvement in the next years. So this is important to consider because now we are not an isolated market. We do have competitive characteristics. 60 plus on the weekends, 45 plus on a daily basis. So we see that we have a margin for better instruments. During the last the last time we saw the 15-minute products innovation. This is a breakthrough European-wise, which is not related only to the transition, but we are speaking about a very better integration schemes, closer to the imbalance settlement time, closer to optimal dispatching costs. And as the previous gentleman said, we believe that we need to have a very good regulation here for the mix. We don't want to see any cannibalism or zero prices. At the same time, we have to consider that the batteries that are now coming into to play are going to help us. But let me say at this point that the basis for maturation in the Greek market is based on a stable wholesale market model. Everybody spoke about the marginal invoicing. We have to say that the asset-based bidding and the dispatching schemes are central for the Greek market, supporting the resilience that has emerged in the last couple of years. Let me also remind that during the period 21, 22, 23, exactly due to the model that I described, the government passed measures that brought 53 million in the energy transition fund. We didn't have any problems in the market or any excessive bills as a result of this crisis, and we saw that it was a functional instrument actually. Let me finish by saying that nowadays, speaking about the wholesale, which is our core business, we see that we are going back to normality. We see people that choosing fixed prices, fixed bills more. Nevertheless, the situation asks for more management and hedging tools in order to operate better. And we believe that we have to improve the view for long-term markets with the tools that will be deployable and easily implementable, because markets operate in very specific contexts, and of course, they cannot absorb all crises. Nevertheless, we need to offer some solutions, even at critical points. Mr. Tsalemis from HEDNO, you mentioned the dynamic pricing, smart meters. Given the increased desires that we have on behalf of the consumption end, could you give us some more information or maybe some examples? For example, let's say that today you have a request. How do you deal with it? Before giving an example, I should say that at the moment, the suppliers need to see how they can serve the factors in the market. We have data every 50 minutes for 1.4 meters. These are available data to the suppliers and to the consumers. So we do have a database that we could use, both parties could use, the suppliers in order to package their products more efficiently, and the consumers in order to see which is their consumption and adjust accordingly for a better pricing or offers. Of course, we have to revisit the real-time data access. When we speak about near real-time access, we mean a second, 1 second, because we do not want any data after the time that they are created. Near real-time data are certified by HEDNO for both the supplier and the consumer. The significance of near real-time data is for a better management system to optimize consumption, cutting it off at the points where it's not optimal. This is not a tool for dynamic pricing. As regards the 1.4 million meters that have already been installed, HEDNO wishes to ask the consumers if they like to establish the machine on their own instead of calling the HEDNO. It's either or. Now, as regard the metering infrastructure, these are smart meters so that these 15-minute data be certified and given to suppliers and consumers for a certain time period. Today, we give this type of certified 15-minute data. We give them to the 225,000 certified major consumers. If we have consumers, individual consumers with start meters which are registered in the registry, and they can be billed on a 15-minute interval, then they don't need to do anything further. As regards the remaining 1.2 smart meters, there the consumers have to request HEDNO to provide the suitable billing scheme, and then they should request the dynamic bill. Then HEDNO is going to introduce this request, this particular consumer actually, into the registry, and within 1 month or so, the consumer might have the dynamic billing. It is this is a fast task for those who do have a smart meter. The European framework also asks for a dynamic, for smart metering, so that the consumers can have these dynamic billing schemes. Otherwise, the supplier via Thales is going to submit the request to change the meter and install the smart meter. So this is a very fast process, as I understand. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Tselemis. Mr. Papamichail, what about the cost? It is more and more important that cost is constrained both for the industry and households. So which are the characteristics of the interventions that the state could do? Allow me one comment for real-time data, which is related to the necessary developments that we need to see in the market with flexible products, self-consumption, more energetic, more active participation of individuals into the market. So as regards the near real-time data, let me say that the EU directive are related to the capacity of the consumer to follow in real time their consumption. As per the current implementation of this scheme, this is not a precondition for, but however, the dynamic billing wishes to give motives to the consumers to consume in daily periods with lower prices. So consumers have to be trained to follow their consumption scheme. So it's important to have near real-time information. Not on a daily basis, rather on a daily basis. This is the situation in Greece nowadays. As Mr. Tseleni said, with this small device, the consumption can be monitored. In a meeting that we had with the operator last week, which was very positive indeed, we saw that the operator is doing a lot in order to digitize the network, to utilize data, etc. Coming now to your question, indeed we have a long discussion about the interventions which are necessary for improving the landscape, the energy landscape. On that point, we believe that of course, we need some extraordinary interventions, but this shouldn't be the rule. What we need is structural and steady solutions. So that's how we see the European energy map aiming at lower costs so as to motivate individuals to enter the scheme. So structural solutions will give a more permanent solution. This is true. And let me finish with two examples. One regards the supply code for electricity, which was established in 2013. Several amendments have been done by the regulatory authority, but still the code has to be finalized by the Ministry of Energy. We believe that it has to be improved because it has some deficits in relation to the supplier. It burdens the consumer with a cost that is not necessary. Second important issue is leakages. In Greece, we have a double percentage of leakage in relation to the European average. So we have 350 million per year more cost, which burdens the consumers, exactly due to this fact. Thefts add on to the problem, but we believe that we need to find the best solution by considering all the factors. We should also exploit and learn from the European experience where leakages are entered into the consuming schemes so that it can be cleared at the end after the consumption, and this would be a motivation for the operator to cut down on thefts. Mr. Zoumas, you spoke about storage. Only some days ago, we had the first energy storage projects. What do they offer? Do you believe that they can contribute to the competitiveness of the market? In 2017, 2018, we talked about these solutions, but we were very much behind at that time, so we couldn't innovate. But now we are at a position to provide such solution, and we started from April 1st this year. This is an important point for the Greek market. We have been needing that for long. So what do we expect when the projects will reach a critical mass? The pipeline of significant projects is already underway. In the next period, we expect some of them to start going live. And of course, we need to see how we can optimize loads to satisfy needs of the market. Renewables curtailment might be a factor that we will examine. I cannot, of course, know now what will be the strategies that will be implemented, but nevertheless, any such curtailments will impact both the mix and the prices. We shall also have another positive outcome on the balancing costs. Now we have rather increased balancing costs. However, we do not give an answer to the basic question that the market is demand and offer based. If we introduce more and more renewables in the mix, we need to have higher offer services. Otherwise, we'll see that the balancing cost becomes more expensive. So the operators have to consider this as a trend, as a tendency in Europe. All the storing units enter the system and they create local congestions. In France and Germany and the UK, we also have the flexible product markets with the participation of operators. So flexible services can be resolved early on. Up to a certain level, this is functionable. I believe that this is going to be a good solution for the future. We have to intervene the soonest after physical delivery. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure that you gave a lot of information to our audiences. Thank you.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενους μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ. Στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
Λοιπόν, παρακαλώ να μπουν μέσα και οι...
We'd like to invite our friends outside of the room to join us, take seat, in order to start with the afternoon part of our conference. As you have already read and as it has been announced, it is a very interesting discussion we started last year and we continue this year. New data shows how important data centers are. Data centers that are being installed or will be installed, and the issues that are raised for the network, as well as general issues in terms of AI's demands for energy and data centers. In this regard, Evangelos Kourakis from the Koudalidis law firm will moderate a discussion talking to Konstantinos Karatzalos, who is the Secretary General for Telecommunications and Posts at the Ministry. Konstantinos Tsirekis, who is Director of Strategy and System Development Planning at IPTO, a power transmission operator. Lefteris Katsourelis, Strategy Director, Deals and Strategy, PwC Greece, and from the investor side, so to speak, from companies doing business in this sector, Alexandros Pechrakis, who is also the chairperson of the board of the Greek Data Center Association. I would like to welcome you on the stage, and Mr. Kourakis, you have the floor.
Καλύτερα.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Σας καλωσορίζω.
Good afternoon. We welcome you to a panel on a very interesting topic that points towards the future, namely data centers. Well, considering that self-sufficiency, autonomy in terms of data centers for AI has been a strategic priority for European Union as well as for other countries. This topic is of paramount importance. We'll talk about the impact in the market and the challenges for system operators. Because one of the major challenges data centers are confronted with is covering the large amount of energy that they need in order to operate. We have a well-staffed panel. Mr. Karanzalos coming from the regulatory side, the Secretary General of Telecommunications and Posts will talk about the regulatory part. Mr. Tsirekis is coming from the Independent Power Transmission Operator. He's the Director of Strategy and System Development Planning. He can talk about the challenges. We're joined also by Mr. Katsouliaris, who will point to the strategy standpoint on behalf of PwC Greece, and we're also joined by Mr. Behrakis, who is the chairperson of the board of a newly established association, the Greek Data Center Association, that already has 60 members. We'd like to listen to your input as well. Mr. Behrakis is also leading one of the most prominent companies in this sector, so he can also share his input on the practical side. So I would like to welcome you all to this panel, and let's turn it into a discussion. It's interesting for our audience as well. I will start with you, Mr. Karanzalos, for a general comment on data centers and how the ministry is looking at this, whether we should be expecting any changes to happen. Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon. It is the second year we are discussing about this topic. I'd say that the data center is not a discussion of tomorrow. It is a discussion of the present day. There is high demand. All of us, more or less, use AI and new systems and objects, as well as in terms of modeling in order to come up with the required orbits. We talked about it last year. We're discussing it this year. I think this is going to be part of this very successful forum going forward, because technology advances. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, the NVIDIA Blackwell rack requires more than 150 kilowatts. That's some 50 houses, residential houses, in analogy. So this is where processing is moving towards. All systems work towards this direction, and this will of course develop going forward. At the same time, considering that we were already aware of this demand on the side of hyperscalers, etc. But currently we can tap into that, we can harvest it, and this is why we were saying last year in a panel that we wanted to carry out a study about siting of data centers where energy and telecommunications networks are required on the field along with other major infrastructure. Well, we believe that Greece can attract interest. Also, from a geopolitical perspective, Amazon and Meta have been targeted both in Bahrain and in other regions in the Gulf region. We are in the near proximity of Africa and the Middle East, Europe. Therefore, we can attract such infrastructure. Redundancy and resilience are very important. Alternative energy routes and telecommunications routes, data centers, infrastructure, you name it. We ensure the regulatory framework will be in place in order to achieve that. It's not just yet another technology, it's not yet another aspect or a parameter. It is a scope we have been working with together with other ministries in order to build the landscape and environment where they can thrive. Thank you for all this initial input. I will get back to you because you have already raised important issues. Perhaps what kind of data centers we could attract in Greece, and some thoughts on the siting of data centers you talked about. I will move on to Mr. Tsirekis. Let's start with the technical perspective, perhaps. What are the challenges? What's your take on that? Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor and the opportunity to present IPTO's position on this matter that has been described as one of the major issues and challenges. Data centers are indeed a challenge. They are being developed internationally rapidly, but are not followed up by the development of infrastructure that could accommodate such data center demand. All the more energy infrastructure that are of interest in this panel. In my view, Energypress has rightly so included in the conference's agenda such an issue. Let's look at the challenges. The technical challenges are not associated with the load and the demand for data centers. This is a challenge per se. And challenges are not associated just with siting. Investment interest, and the siting drives investment interest to focus on areas where there is already high demand. And this brings us to a issue of insufficient grid space. We should not talk about grid space inadequacy. We're talking about given grid space. And since grid space is given, we need a regulatory framework to strengthen the supply and the availability of grid space. In terms of the technical challenges, these are not linked only to the load sizing for siting. Data centers have high demands on load. Despite what was believed until now, data centers providing services, perhaps luxury. In reality, data centers support pivotal services, provide safety and security scrutiny services, the audit of financial transactions. They are critical loads and should be considered as such by the operators. These loads are not flexible. They do not possess such a flexibility that reflects the area's injection into the network, and therefore energy consumption by data centers cannot be associated with the injection of renewable energy sources into the grid. Energy resources have a stochasticity, as you know, but at the same time, these are sensitive loads. In other countries, it has been observed that even in small fluctuations of voltage, data centers are decoupled from the grid within milliseconds, but do not resume operation after voltage is restored. More time has to go by. They cannot recover that rapidly. This is a challenge for operators, for the grid operators, because they are very much they can deal with the voltage fluctuations, but they cannot deal with the loss of loads that comes from data centers being decoupled. And then you have the regulatory challenges, which have relating to the proper management of the grid space. And in this regard, rules should be introduced relating not just the commitment of grid space as well as the duration of the commitment of such electrical space. And IPTO is moving towards this direction, is already putting forward a proposal that for a legislative reform will be put up for consultation, and will then propose a regulation for the amendment of the management code of the system. And perhaps I could follow up later on. Thank you very much. A follow-up question on my part in terms of the electrical space. How does insufficient space is different to the so-called the given space? The finite space. Well, insufficient space means that actually there's no space left, but a finite space has not been depleted. You need measures in order to best use the still available grid space. This should be flanked with further enhancing networks. Networks need to be supported as well, without a shadow of doubts. The system needs to be developed. For a system to be developed, you have long-dragging regulations of that need to be completed first, and financing, of course, is also necessary. Thank you very much.
Which is your view from the commercial point? Since you know the practical dimensions of things, are there any issues in the market? What happens? Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the invitation in this very interesting panel. We have been supporting for many years the evaluation of data centers, and we want to support the government for policy making on this matter. I'm going to continue from what my co-panelist said. When we're speaking about data centers today, we're not speaking about a single market. As regards the traditional demands every day for cloud services, we now have AI demand. This puts a lot of burden on the processors, and this is why the processing industry has provided very much improved models at low costs. So the consumers now demand for more power and energy for the services they carry out. So we had a model in the past, in the near past, at a stable level, 7 to 10 kilowatt hours per rack. And now we're reaching 250 easily, and for 500 until the end of this year. So we're speaking about completely different needs with regard to completely different architectures. Already we do have problems in the production and the networks. We see this in some countries where they had some issues before the AI started galloping. We have Frankfurt, London, Frankfurt, Amsterdam, Dublin. They did have problems in licensing and connecting. In the Netherlands, we had a moratorium for new connections, while data center consumption reached 22% of the total. So this was lifted just a few weeks ago, but the constraints were very strict as regard how the new connections should bring along some energy production that could be used for the services. As regards the US, we see the initiatives, bring your own plant, bring your own power. So the most mature markets, they seem that already have solved some of these issues. In Greece, we are not yet at that point. We do not have so high demand for data centers or such requests. However, the consumers' demand is here. They reach 1.5 gigawatts nowadays. We do not know how many of the pending investment decisions are going to be implemented. But nevertheless, connection terms have been given to some of these requests already. So the question is for the imminent future.
Data centers.
Furthermore, the data center industry is now a heavy industry that will have, internationally speaking, and of course in Greece, will have a much higher demands in energy. So we need to consider this in the long term. And we need to discuss ways to solve the issue in the future. Nevertheless, we see internationally that these two markets are very closely connected. We know very well that the energy market is behind the political decisions. So the dominance, the AI dominance, will bring energy dominance to the same players. Thank you so much for your answer. Let me just now ask about the energy cost. What is the role of energy costs for data centers? Because there are many indicators to consider if you are a candidate investor. Time for implementation, regulation, etc. Is Greece attracting this kind of investments now? And secondly, regarding AI, do you believe that AI infrastructures will be used for live services or for training services also, which would have different demands? Let me start with the second question. Until recently, we believed that training is a bit agnostic in terms of location. It could be installed in remote areas. However, user demand is increasing, so this makes a very energy-consuming asset. Latency and distance, the spatial location, the spatial indicator that is plays a very important role, more than we considered some time ago. As regards now the factors which are significant, certainly energy prices are important. in relation to Nordics, we wouldn't be competitive in that. However, this is not the only factor. We also need to consider availability, speed, HR availability, telecoms. All these factors play significant roles. So the answer to give to this question wouldn't be, scaling-wise, a very simple one. So we might see AI developing in interconnected clusters more, not only in cheap energy countries, but we will see inferencing and maybe some other services. Inferencing regards only Greece, do you believe, or the Balkans or some broader regions? What is your opinion? We believe that Greece offers security in relation to what happens in other areas in the region, and due to its geographical location and its proximity to the connections that are being now installed, it could play a role because it could connect the mature markets, the Middle East and Southern Eastern Europe. Thank you so much. Mr. Bachrakis, we have started with many discussions here. What about the association that you represent? I'm very happy to be with you again. This is a very specialized panel, and thus we have a very high-level discussion. It is very important for me, as I represent the Greek Data Center Association. I've been observing some issues for 15 years now. And now we see that, especially in the last 3 years, the issues have multiplied. At the same time, now our life is more easy because of the existence of these data centers. Let me start by presenting the association to you. We started 10 months ago. We were 10 members in the beginning. Now we are 60 members. We represent the data center operators mainly, those which are already under operation or those that are deploying now. And also we cover the broader ecosystem, designers, procurement, so that we can all discuss together and see how we can promote the solutions. There are the 3 basic axes that we have focused on is the end of policy committee, number 1, where we try to contribute to the modernization of the private sector, the private framework rather, where the challenges could be addressed if we cooperate and we co-contribute. Number 2 is an awareness campaign, because people do not well understand what is going on. We have to explain what data centers do, what is their significance for the economy and society, and at the same time to explain the technical terms regarding energy, water, etc. Number 3 is, of course, upskilling. All the activities, and especially technological activities, do not have enough personnel. So we need to see how we can cover this deficit. We might have synergies among our members. So we'll see what we do, but we need to increase the number of people who have this specialized knowledge to work in this sector. Let me continue with a few comments on the multitude of matters that we have here. Data centers, as I said last year, and as PwC describes nicely, do not fall under one single category. We might have AI in data centers, we might have only training, we might have only inference, we might have a combination of the aforementioned. So according to what services you offer in your center, the demands and specifications are going to be different. So we don't have just one answer for all questions. That's why the spatial dimension is important. You need to prioritize the loads which are closer to the users. Regarding legislation, one would not expect, of course, any framework to be ahead of reality. This never happens. On the other hand, though, all regulatory authorities, they should cooperate with users, operators, and managers so as to speak about the present and the future. So further on, we should, since we agree that strategically wise, the data centers are very important. However, we haven't yet prioritized the challenges and solutions that we propose. We should do that so as to act faster. As regards the other issues, I should say the following. There is a problem when you try to learn from the international market. Many things are done in a good way, in an efficient way. However, we cannot simulate solutions of more mature markets into the specifications of the Greek market. This would create more problems. We are not a mature market, and we cannot expect to solve the problems that we'll have in 20 or 25 years. Nobody can act like that. On the other hand, we cannot just think that we have the same problems as others have. Let me give you an example from the energy sector. We have similarities in other sectors. 33% is the average consumption of data centers. In Ireland, they had a strategy, but they went overboard. We are at 0.1%. Even if we, in the next 5 years, we complete with all of the projects that we have initiated, we have commenced, we won't reach this average. So we do have some challenges at certain areas. We should see the problem, recognize it, prioritize it, and then solve it. So we are not required to go to the moon from the Athens Center. Thank you for your comments, and let me ask something. You mentioned about awareness campaigns. Do you believe that we'll have a lot of reactions, as we had with wind parks, for example? Because maybe data centers might push the energy prices upwards, or it will introduce water into this discussion. Also, proximity is another issue, where the centers are going to be near towns or cities, or the load, 100 megawatts might be considered as risky maybe by some people, some parts of the population. So what is your opinion? Should we expect some reactions from people? This is a very interesting issue and a very big one indeed. As I said before, with 0.1%, the change in prices is minimal, if not zero. We are at the average of European countries. cost-wise. We do need some more energy because we are at the south of Europe, so we have to cool our energy, our centers. To be competitive, we don't need to rise up to the average, but to higher levels. If we want to scale our competitiveness, we need to attract further motives. So we are at the average. It's better to find ways to become better. But we're not the most expensive, though, which is good. As regards awareness, I shall start by saying that constraints and rules have to be kept. If there are any constraints, they have to be kept. Constraints might regard industrial areas, residential areas, rural areas, everything. My opinion here is very concrete. First, rules have to be complied by. Second, we need to have an open dialogue with people because data centers are not shooting fields. They are not heavy industries. They do not produce something which might be harmful. They are noiseless, and if you wish, you can visit any data center to see how they function, how they operate. Noise is not an issue. Of course, it can be managed to be within the limits, but noise is not a problem for data centers. Neither are thermal loads excluded to the environment. The only issue for me is that we should have very robust environmental studies so as to introduce wisely the projects into the environment. And secondly, we need very clear-cut rules. We shouldn't take our regulations after every new technological version comes up. We should provide a stable environment because that's how we can attract heavy investments. We should have a steady environment and a steady framework in order to attract investors. Thank you so much. You give me the opportunity to pass to the next issue.
In terms of the stability, I think we have 8 minutes, 2 minutes each, talking about the institutional perspective. Mr. Karantzalos, you are the subject matter expert here to talk about the institutional measures that need to be taken, whether a fixed framework should be put in place that does not change in a changing environment. Well, I think this is what it all boils down to. The last part of Mr. Bechrakis' input. And also I think we touch upon issues that we didn't used to have when the AI hype came. We had the AI misinformation when antennas were installed in urban areas. We had this discussion about cancer being dispersed, and some years ago there was a regulation that required for telecommunication systems to be less than 100 as indicated by the World Health Organization. This means that our devices, our handheld devices, they operate at 100%, otherwise we wouldn't have signal. And where we were when we were outside, we didn't have signal because the models were different in Greece. We have adapted to this and we don't have problems anymore. It took some years. I'm talking about the noise of data centers and the thermal loads. We shouldn't open up discussion. There are studies that are being carried out. Same goes for other large projects. I think in our existing regulatory framework, which is not bad at all, there are problems. We are expecting solutions and proposals to find solutions. On the other hand, we have measures for connectivity, undersea cables, etc., to boost such infrastructure investments. Perhaps, as I said on the outset, we need to bring even more investment that have a geopolitical reassurance as well, and we very much look forward to that. Of course, we need everything. We need inference and training data centers, but we have to set priorities. This is paramount. Data is one thing, and the processing power to process them in order to gain intelligence is not yet being integrated. We as Europe and Greece, we need to become independent, make sure that the data, or critical data at least, remains within the country. We need to achieve this and build the context in order to implement it. Thank you. Indeed, data sovereignty is very important, and the most recent developments have made a case for that. I think we need to bear it in mind, and this will help also to further develop infrastructure, because necessarily new data centers should be built for this reason as well. Mr. Tsirekis, talking about the institutional framework, I noted that the grid space is inadequate but not finite. It's not infinite. So an institutional intervention would go towards optimizing the use of the grid space. Indeed, one of the problems associated with the availability of grid space is related to the fact that the investors themselves are not those that will be operating an investment. In some cases they are indeed, but in other cases it's just developers who, after obtaining and securing connection terms, they are in the lookout for investors for the end investment. This leads to great uncertainty as to the exact grid space allocation need. In some cases, the investment will not be implemented. In other cases, although grid space is captured and committed, in other cases you have less capacity being installed compared to the committed capacity, and this of course prevents other infrastructure from being developed, and it leads to a phenomenal, to a rather to a grid space commitment that is not actual. We need to eliminate this. We need, so to speak, to prioritize investments that are more secure and investment plans that are more safe in terms of implementation. Furthermore, a differentiation should be made between the applications made to IPTO and HEDNO. Right now, we have applications being tabled to both operators, and this leads to double calculations of grid space, and this makes it difficult to calculate how much space remains available for further investments. It is also worth mentioning that the rapid ramp-up of data centers signalizes a transition to a new network type where other entities will be connected other than those we were used to. Until now, we were accustomed to the network transmitting power from production to consumption. Currently and going forward, things will be different. You will have a dispersed production, energy production storage, active and passive units that are intertwined, and there is an interoperation between these units and the network itself. This is a very big challenge, not just for the operators, but also for everybody. And it is also very good case for the engineers and those that will be working on the energy sector going forward. Thank you very much. I think that what you say is that we are entering a new era in terms of networks, whereas in terms of the data centers, we can build on the experience we have gained from renewables in terms of guarantees and letters of guarantees, etc., that would eventually secure the seriousness of an investment. Mr. Katsouliaris, would you like to comment on necessary changes that would bring further investments to Greece? Well, based on the discussions we have been having with investors so far, besides the electricity network, we also talked about the telecommunications network. We are doing well there, and I think this is also closely linked to all investments in Greece, namely the speed of the permitting process in the data center field, and all the more in the AI field, where technology advances at such a rapid pace that within some years of design you have less time to implement it based on the specifications you have before you start thinking of the next generation of data centers. And then you have human resources, human capital. We need a substantial upskilling that could develop new qualifications that can drive also need for investments. We might be able to build this pool of qualifications and people that can work for those data centers. Mr. Beharakis, would you like to close by a couple of remarks on substantial changes in the regulatory framework, or perhaps what is your take? What could you say about the use of water, whether the use of water would stay as substantial as it is, or whether take Microsoft, for example, developing new technologies that might affect the permitting process? Let me start with the second aspect. Most modern data centers do not consume water, period. There are some that incorporate cooling technologies that require water, but the technology is there to skip water. My company, for example, does not require water, and just in a limited part of those increase, not even one. And same goes for many competitors here. We have we're making a fuss about an issue that is not there in the first place because the technology has changed. We are copying the solutions of other countries that have been dealing with these issues for over a decade. If there is an issue of water consumption for an asset, we can look at the environmental studies where, of course, technology has advanced, and you have recycling of water through new technologies. So far, so good in terms of water. Let's move on to the first question. I don't believe that letters of guarantee are the answer. Money is there for the time being. What is not there is the size. The Greek market is a small market, and the same goes for other industries, tourism, for the export of oil products. All this is conditional on the exports. Data centers means import of load and export of services, IT load. And data center development is not separate from the attraction of the Greek region for investments. It is closely linked to this attractiveness. If you want to become a regional hub, that is the ambition of our association, of our company, of the government, and for the ambition of every citizen. From a geopolitical and technical perspective, we need to take all measures to help the data center industry and all in all continue to stay attractive for third-party direct investment. But nothing is given. Never was it. Never has it been, all the more in a sector, in the technology sector, where because of AI, because of geopolitical rearrangement, because of the East-West conflict of the US and China company conflict, we find ourselves once again in a situation where dust has not settled yet. And the conflict is even worse because you have uncertainty. Attractiveness. We need to resolve our regulatory issues, not just associated with data centers. And then this outward-looking perspective, we need to showcase it at all levels, because I'm feeling this lack of openness. We look at problems instead of looking at the opportunities. And last but not least, regulatory regimes do not change rapidly, but we have to find a mechanism to adapt ourselves to the changes coming. AI loads in Greece, of course, well, the government has very well taken this initiative, but this will not resolve the AI problem in Greece. It is an exceptional step for small and medium-sized enterprises. We lag behind. Well, we have a distance to the moon to cover until we become a AI data center hub. It's not a simple task to do. AI investment takes place currently in China, in the US, in flagship markets, perhaps in Zurich. There is a long way to go until we get there in Greece. And of course, a third observation. What we showcase to our investors, we need to stick to that here in Greece as well. Some government bodies are competing agencies that would like to invest in Greece. This cannot be the case. We need to strike a balance that will enable us to have a functional data sovereignty while adhering to sovereignty vis-à-vis our vendors, our suppliers. Thank you very much. We thank you. Understandably, the topic of the panel was challenges and opportunities. From what I've heard, there are challenges, but not problems in the sense of widely discussed hardships related to data centers, and we need to be clear about that. Let me close optimistically and thank you all for your participation in this panel.
Να ευχαριστήσουμε.
I would like to thank the speakers of the previous panel. This is a hot topic, so to speak, since we will be dealing with that even more going forward. And I would like now to talk about a section that will be very important for the energy sector, energy management, because so far we have been talking about the energy generation and consumption. Now energy management becomes pivotal in this process, because from management is also there is a direct link to the effect for the consumer as well as the business plan realization. We'll start with this section with a presentation of Dr. Vangelis Gazis, Head of Southeast Europe Aurora Energy Research, followed up by a panel. Mr. Kalentzakis from ENG will be joined by Mr. Adonopoulos, Ms. Zacharia, Mr. Kordonos, Mr. Dimas and Mr. Stafaras. Thank you, Mr. Gazis. You have the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Palagoulis. I would like to thank Energypress for this exceptional organization and for the invitation. The objective of my today's presentation was batteries and long-term contracts, but I should talk about why we're doing this, and this has to do with the price volatility and instability. The first part of my presentation will be talking about the geopolitics and how this affects energy and batteries then. My name is Vangelis Gazis. I am the head of Aurora, Greece, Southeast Europe. Let me say a couple of words about Aurora for those of you that do not know us. We are the largest consulting services provider in the energy sector and in the analysis services and software services provider. We cover the entire spectrum of the energy markets, be it electricity, renewables, storage, as well as natural gas, hydrogen, electric e-mobility, etc. We have 19 offices and more than 1,000 market experts. I am representing the Athens office covering Southeast Europe, 50 colleagues covering 12 countries, and Turkey will be joining us soon. As said, we'll talk about two things: how geopolitical changes affect energy markets, and secondly, we will deep dive into batteries. We had recently the first batteries being put into operation. We look into what drives the economics of batteries and how long-term contractualization might help the economics of those batteries. Starting with an issue that has been broadly discussed even today, as well as over the last month, namely how the escalation in the Middle East affects energy markets. What is happening on the outset is the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. What has actually happened is that the corridor allowing or giving access to 19% of the global LNG and 30% of heavy-duty oil being transported. And this has a huge effect on the supply of the global market. We look further on as to what this might mean for the energy markets. At the same time, we had other developments. We had natural disasters. We had disasters. And the disruption of infrastructure in Qatar. We had the closure of natural gas plants in Israel and Iran. This might have a long-term effect as well. We as Aurora now, how do we predict the duration and the impact on the market? First of all, concerning the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, we believe that over the next 6 months there will be a stabilization of flows. We will not have flows being stable until the end of 2026. Within the same framework, we expect the flows from Israel and Iran to start towards the neighboring countries. But the disaster, the disruption of the infrastructure as well as the hindrance of further drillings will take up to 3 to 4 years until the energy supply is restored, up to 2030. This has already an impact on the natural gas cost worldwide. And the black line shows the historical evolution of the price, and we can see how the current contracts are traded. We see a 100% increase, double the prices this year compared to what the natural gas price was 2 months ago. These prices will de-escalate soon until 2029. Perhaps this is an ambitious perspective for the natural gas market based on a hypothesis of a rapid de-escalation of the crisis. In terms of our estimates, we take futures into account, of course. This has led to a direct increase in the natural gas price over the next 3 to 4 years. This is the orange line, our basic scenario, and afterwards there will be a de-escalation of prices at levels even lower than estimated in Q1 of this year. And this is also closely linked to decarbonization that will decrease the demand of natural gas in Europe. And then we have a stepwise increase related to the increased demand for LNG and the fact that the demand increase in China and in the Far East also affects things here in Europe. On the other hand, we consider the price of the emissions, and this is of paramount importance because they co-shape the prices in the electricity market. We will take a look at that further on. How are carbon prices shaped? Well, of course, they go up until 2030. Most of the decarbonization demand will be covered until then, and from 2030 onwards there will be a slower increase, and this is linked to a reduced demand for emission allowances, emission rights in Europe. And we see a line about the futures here as well, which are very low right now with grey. These two factors, and what do they mean for the electricity market in Greece? Here we see the historical development of evolution of prices, the average price, and the orange line is the base load price until 2060. We see this increase being reflected in the midterm, 2026, 2027, it will de-escalate until 2030, and will then move based on our estimate of the first quarter. We see an increase compared to our estimates in Q1 of 13% higher than estimated, and there is an analogous price increase for PVs and wind farms, represented with green and blue color respectively. And what we take from that is long-term PPAs being discussed again, because the producers see a chance for higher prices compared to the prices offered some months ago. And on the other hand, off-takers would like to lock in a stability in terms of their energy cost, considering this volatility. And yet again, we see a high intraday volatility, fluctuation. This helps towards the development of batteries, because this is what is closely linked to the economics of the battery. Most recently, we had the electrification of the first batteries. Perhaps we could discuss about that even into more detail if it wasn't for the geopolitical crisis we currently are faced with. And this was the first step in a long process to achieve the installed capacity, battery capacity of 4.3 gigawatts until 2030, based on the NECP. Looking at the current pipeline and the measures already taken for boosting batteries, we can consider even 7 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2030, considering the initiative to strengthen merchant batteries under the Apollo program and the first auctions 2 years ago. Looking at what actually happens in the market, however, the delays in the regulatory, in the permitting and in the funding progress, even under the Apollo, there were hardships and bottlenecks in terms of the implementation of projects, and we're expecting a small amount of those batteries at Aurora. We estimate that this is 4 gigawatt until 2030, and they will be based on the merchant economics. That is, there won't be a long-term support and aid. They will be based on the economics of the market, be it trading, energy, or capacity contracts. You can see the revenue stack at the right-hand side for a 2-hour battery installed in 2027. You can see how this is broken down into the respective pieces. 63% of the total revenues expected come from the from market trading, both in balancing markets and in the wholesale markets. One of the questions we're being asked frequently and by banks and financial institutions is what happens if those markets, those capacity markets are not there? Should we take this 37% off? And the answer is no. You need to read this page from the right to the left. We start with a model being accessible in a market for a battery. You have 100% of revenue stream available. What happens if there is no access during the capacity hours? It is not reduced by 37%, but rather by 12%, because there is a recalculation of the energy of the battery. Only 12% of the value of the battery is lost if there is no access to the balance markets, or if there is high cannibalization or lack of access. If there is no access in the balancing market at all, then the value is totally damaged by 67%. That is below a threshold that would make batteries marketable. How can a battery investor secure investment? There are various models to do so, considering that there is not a capacity mechanism in Greece, as is the case with Britain, with Poland, and with Italy. Look at the last line in this chart. Then there are 3 models to stabilize the flows. First of all, the first option is what is known as the tolling agreement. This is well known to banks and to the renewables investors, which secures a fixed price for the installed capacity of batteries, and you can base a loan on this on this cash flow. And then the second option is the day-ahead spread swaps. This is actually ensuring a price to the day-ahead market, and this can be based on a 2 or 3 hour span. I will elaborate on that further on in a minute. And then there are hybrid PPAs available. This is a very new product and it refers to assets that are RES and BESS co-located projects where you have a fixed price, but the flexibility of the battery is also contractualized. Let's see at 2 basic examples. First of all, the tolling agreement, which is based on a stable cash flow per installed capacity. The simplest way will be a simple battery being installed, and in more complex models, you have a threshold, and then you have a revenue sharing on top. You have a minimum amount per kilowatt of installed capacity, and then there is a revenue split between the off-taker and the generator and the producer. The question is how a bank will evaluate this, because when a bank sizes dimensions, so to speak, a loan, they look at the earnings. They can look at the fixed amount without estimating the revenue split and the revenue sharing on top of that. This model reflects projects that are already available in Greece. And another case that has been discussed and is already happening in Bulgaria and Romania, in our neighbor, is the so-called swap alternative, where you do not lock in a price per installed capacity of battery, but rather a spread in the day-ahead market, in the intraday market. And this can be the spread at the worst timing, or a spread during the 2 or 3 best hours of the day in the next day. What we see in the left-hand chart is that this spread can help finance a battery. Although it decreases after the installation of the first batteries, it will be stabilized to 50 or 60 euros per megawatt hour after 2030, which is enough for the marketability. And then we can look at what can happen when you have 2 or 3 or 4 hours. The 1, 2, 3 or 4 hour spread. This is a relatively new model. Banks need to be to become accustomed to that, and the developers and the investors should be accustomed to that as well. In conclusion, it goes without saying that there is a high volatility in the energy market, and the recent developments show this volatility and the fluctuations in the market. The energy transition moves forward. Investment in renewables, in batteries, will move forward, and the way forward and the way to make it happen is look at how these stability instruments can be incorporated in the long run, as well as how the stakeholders can become accustomed to these models as well. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, παρακαλώ να ανέβουν οι συντελεστές στο επόμενο.
We are ready for the next panel. Please come so that we can start with the next discussion.
Δεύτερον, να επισημάνω, ο κύριος Στάμτσης είναι ο συντονιστής.
Mr. Stamtsis, General Director of RAIP, is going to be the moderator of this panel. We have 6 panelists for 60 minutes, so please be very concise.
Σε όλους. Θα προσπαθήσουμε να κρατήσουμε αμύωτο το ενδιαφέρον σας για την επόμενη ώρα.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to speak about energy management. This is a sector that is important at all parts of the energy chain, from production to consumption, distribution, transportation, research, everything. We have with us people who represent organizations and companies that contribute to energy management know-how. We're going to speak about programs and tools that the contributors use so as to optimize energy management. Let me start with Mr. Kalaitzakis, Executive Director of Strategy and Development of NX Group. We would like your views about the PPAs. How does the energy exchange tackle the PPAs so that we can have energy management in this new highly volatile environment? I have a presentation. Are we ready to show my slides? Yes, is the answer. Good afternoon. We are going to speak about the PPA market insights based on information from our platform in 2024-25. As I mentioned, we started in December 24 to operate this platform. In 25 January, we had 2 members. Today, we have our membership at 26. The diagram, this ring shows the sectors covering all the types of activities in the energy sector. We have producers, traders, vertical companies, off-takers, suppliers, and also consultants. Plus 1 bank, which are members of our platform, in an effort to upgrade the value of the services they offer to their customers. From the start, we have recorded 52 offers from buy and sell sides. Buy is at 45 terawatt hours now. The requests were at 41, 22 of which have been accepted. This graph shows that most offers are at the sell level, meaning that they come from companies that wish to promote the energy produced from their projects, and the buys are high because the PPAs are a buyer's market, as you know. In order to expand this market, we emphasize attracting off-takers more. For this reason, starting from 2026, we developed a rather favorable scheme to attract off-taking companies. From these 52 offers, 58% has been negotiated outside the PPA's platform, 38%, and we believe that this 38 will increase in the following years. Now, as regards the location of these offers, 39 out of 52 offers are in Greece. Both offtake and supply are domestic, and 25% are outside Greece in other Balkan countries. This is an important figure for us because it shows the regional character of the PPAs and how in the future we could see more transactions at the cross-border level. We can see how we can proceed with risk management over pipelines and connections. Finally, I am showing here the preferences of the structures of requests. Tenor to the left shows us a distance in between buyers, sellers, and off-takers. 75% of the buy offers wish for up to 5 years PPAs, while 78% of sell offers prefer 6 to 10 years PPAs, which is logical in financing terms. So there is a gap there which has to be bridged over gradually. As regards the settlements, a high number of offers are open, both to physical PPAs and virtual ones, while as it regards technology, the cell side, 64% of the cell offers regards solar projects with or without storage. So this is the end of my slides. So we're going to speak about profile, pricing, the project status that we can offer. Regarding profiles, emanating is at 35 offers. Base load comes from buyers only. Only buyers have asked to buy base load energy. However, we don't see any interest in these types of offers. The other two types, customized schedule and pay-as-produce, are also interesting. An important thing is that fixed price is required by 50%, 50 out of 52 offers, which is 96%. Only 5% are abstaining. Risk management is important also here. And my last graph to the right shows the project status, where we see that 64% of cell offers regard projects that either have received already licensing terms or installation permit. And also we have 22% of fully integrated solutions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kalaitzakis. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Ηρόδοτος Antonopoulos, Chairman of the SAPA, Commercial Suppliers. We are facing a new era in the energy market. We have data centers, AI. We have been discussing about changes in the market model, about what we need to proceed with green development, how to be competitive within the European market. The question is, what about the electricity companies? How do they enter this equation, and whether energy management has anything to offer to them? Thank you for inviting me in this very interesting conference. Let me start by saying that this is interesting not only for the electricity companies, but more types of companies. We have non-traditional players in energy management. In my opinion, as we see in the last few years, we have a revolution in our sector. We started from aggregated production. Now we have distributed production with various types of technologies. We have a reverse trend. Fragmented markets have now connected into centralized models. Also, we've seen various types of state subsidies, while most players now are out in the market. And also we have some markets with very few participants in the beginning when we started. Now we see both traditional players and consumption and batteries and many other types of players. Starting from limited risk markets. Now we have reached thousands of euros. From 150 in the beginning, now we've reached thousands. And also the complexity level has differentiated a lot. The game changer here is the new technologies, AI. This is not just, this is a rather an important tool even for small groups. Many of the success stories that we have from companies have started from a small core of some people that had a very good idea. And using technology, they managed to grow. Energy management in this framework is necessary. In the previous panels, we heard very interesting things. Sometimes we see that the market wishes that the state could participate more. In my opinion, this will not happen. We are the ones to solve the problem. We have to focus on the substance of the problem. We need to understand who is going to solve it and how. So we are not going towards more regulated markets. Is that what you're saying? If we do not let the market operate, if we over-regulate it, we are going to have many more problems than the ones that we have. Contemporary technology does not give us an answer. We do not know which player will be the most efficient one. Many will try, many will fail. This is how things happen. Also, it is not necessary that the winners will be the biggest or the most powerful ones. The winners will be the ones who will be able to adjust. What is critical for me is to let this process unfold, not to, rather to let them face the multifaceted character of complexity in the best way, so that the best players can surface. Also, the participants need to innovate and take the competitive advantage. Let me share an example with you. Batteries. Batteries in Greece are not just in delay. In my opinion, they are a failure. We had batteries that were ready to operate. For 6 months, they were just standing there. They never operated. This is a failure. So instead of letting the market unfold, letting the investors do what they know best, we overregulated and we never let them flourish. In other countries, like in Romania, for example, they did exactly the opposite, and now they have 10 megawatt hours already installed, plus software, plus services. They have an ecosystem which, in a market which was much behind the Greek one, just because they did not overregulate. So to conclude, in our market, democratization is not what we wish to reach. We want we want excellence. We want the best ones dominate the market. Thank you so much. Now, the next speaker is going to be Stella Zacharia, CEO of Optimus Energy, one of the biggest wholesalers in Greece, aggregators in Greece. We would like to know which are the challenges that you face when you have to deal with an environment with curtailments, with increasing prices, and with very low or zero or negative values for many hours throughout the day. Thank you for the invitation, dear Energypress. Indeed, this is a very important conference. It's the first time that I'm coming to the Power and Gas Conference. I used to come to the renewable conferences, but nevertheless, renewables are over 50% today in the Greek production. In combination with demand and batteries and storage, this is a mix of production and services that plays an important role in our energy everyday use and security. Yesterday we had the Catholic Easter. Yesterday and today the conditions in the energy markets are very, very hard. I'm reading that we had gigawatt hours that had to be utilized somehow because they were redundant, and the day-ahead price in Hungary, for example, was minus 200, minus 170. In Greece we had different levels, of course. But this is translated to a huge pressure to all participants in the energy exchange, in the NX, and the balancing markets, for the producers, the aggregators, the traders, everyone. Let me give you some information. I go back to March 2023, 3 years ago, when we had the first curtailments of the renewables. Then we had 4 gigawatts wind parks and half gigawatts PVs. Today we have 5.1 gigawatts winds, one more, and 4.5 PVs, 4 more. Since the moment that curtailments began in Greece. So we have 4 times more PVs than in relation to what happened with wind parks. This is due to the extended curtailments and zero or negative prices. During these periods, we do have renewables production. Do you believe that curtailment started too early in Greece? No, it was the point that we needed to do something with the overgeneration of power. Of course, we managed to become an exporting country, and this is good, so we can export some of the overproduction of power, except, of course, the Catholic Easter days. Last April, the market would say that the aggregators do not respect the market design, etc. Our company in the last 12 years started the virtual power platform, starting last August, actually. In 2024, we didn't have any curtailments whatsoever. Since last August, August 25, we for market reasons, we produced 310 hours, 3 out of 400 hours of the operator, and now we have 166 from the 237 that we have measured from the operator. So this curtailment gives us a better portfolio management, because this way we can manage the buys ourselves, so we don't put the pressure on to the operator on the real time. However, it is very challenging for us because we have to do this in a secure, transparent, and just balanced way for all the investors of the stations that we have in our portfolios. Now, regarding storage, we have completed all the procedures to participate in the HIPTO platforms. The first will be electrified within the next few days, I believe, and will take part officially in the management of the new batteries. I will agree with Mr. Antonopoulos here that the full value will be given by the merchant batteries, not the enhanced batteries, because the latter type have to operate within a very constrained context, framework, without any subsidy, in other words. This will be very challenging, and also the investors will not trust the full capacity of these projects quickly and directly. So merchant batteries is a necessary step. We should do that very quickly. That's why we need to study the checklist of the ministry and in the ministerial decision very, very quickly. It is critical for Greece. Now it's Bulgaria the winner because it has very low energy, and now with the war they sell it during the night at a very high prices. Now, if we enter quickly in the merchant batteries area, we will manage to declutter the energy markets, and also we will manage to provide liquidity to the energy market, All aggregators know that the balancing market is a very tough one, and we need instruments to handle the situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this concise input. I have many notes that I've made, but well, the panel that will take place tomorrow will be a wild one. Let me just now turn to Dimitris Kordonis, Senior Public and Regulatory Affairs Advisor with SimPower. Mr. Kordonis, I would like to discuss the flexibility aspect in a market where fluctuating renewables have penetrated to that extent. I would like to ask you, what is the role of demand response and battery storage in this regard? Thank you. I would like to thank Energypress and Mr. Panagoulis for inviting us to participate in this forum. Let me introduce our company. SimPower is a flexibility services provision company. We've managed more than 2.5 megawatt of demand response in Greece and in the Nordic countries. We are managing more than 300 megawatts in the Nordics, battery tied. They will be increased to 1 gigawatt in Greece. Together with IPTO, we have opened the demand response market in 2023, and we're currently managing 250 megawatts. This might sound a lot for energy management, but let me put it at a higher level. Apart and aside from energy management, there is a number of steps that an aggregator has to provide. A demand response and storage aggregator based on the last amendment in the draft law, in order for them to represent storage, battery energy storage systems and demand response plans. The issue has not been discussed widely. The aggregator should be experienced in order to connect these systems to the NX and to IPTO, to be able to pass the pre-selection phase, to be able to change based on their portfolio of connection stations. This is an experience we have tapped into from our Nordic experience. And secondly, we're talking about real-time portfolio management. It's not just a diversification of cell positions in the annex. This is different to how a renewable aggregator manages its asset compared to a demand response that is doing such a real-time management in the balancing market of such portfolios. And then you need regulatory stability to be able to monitor the regulations, the draft laws, and be able to participate in the consultation is yet another pivotal part of a successful aggregator. And last but not least, the fourth point, the commercial schemes that an aggregator can support, namely provide banks with the necessary financing security to finance such projects. We have tackled such challenges in the Nordics, and going forward we will do that in Greece as well. We are at the disposal of all stakeholders with solutions and with our expertise to contribute such experience. I will agree with the position on meritocracy. We should allow for the best to thrive, but nevertheless we need fair rules, a regulatory framework that would enable a level playing field is necessary. We have witnessed cases of bending the law, the regulatory framework, and this has not helped, and therefore a steady regulatory framework providing security to safety to investors is of paramount importance. Meritocracy, yes, but fair and level playing field for all technologies of energy. And I will leave it there. I would like to follow up with a couple of words on flexibility further on. I would like to ask for an answer in terms of the technical connection of plants you touched upon. Do you see certain specific problems right now that need to be addressed? And do you see a need for a regulatory change, or can we move forward as they stand? It is very early. The methodologies of IPTO have been adopted over the last 2 months based on our experience from abroad. Problems will arise with the pre-selection. There will be issues where a portfolio will not be able to add a storage plant. They will have to go through the pre-selection process, demand response, adding portfolios and new consumers to existing portfolios. We've been through that already in the Nordics, and we expect the same thing to happen in storage as well. Until we see batteries being interconnected, we cannot talk about certain specific things that need to change. This is a very fresh framework. The demand response, the good experience of the demand response, so we wish that to be repeated again with the batteries. Having looked into these aspects of energy management, I would like to turn now to Yorgos Dimas and discuss something that is of current importance. He's a head of sales with Renner Energy, the company that put the first batteries into dry run last week. So you're talk of the town right now in the market. Could you please share your insights into these 6 days of operation, any issues you might have identified during this test run? This is something relatively new for the market. How do you manage it within the market? What are the tools that you use for implementing this project that would help you make the most out of this project, not just be an experimental project? Well, thank you for the invitation. As you rightly said, Rener is managing the first 2 batteries that have been injected have been connected to the system. I will try to honor this invitation by sharing insights from the front, so to speak. Batteries started operating, have been operating since 4 days. We have been monitoring the last 4 days, and if we were to put a title there would be the deviations, batteries have a natural trend when put into operation to deviate from the promise of the aggregator in their end schedule compared to the actual one. So deviations is the one tagline, and the second tagline would be an issue that we were asked over the last days, namely the boundaries of an EMS software provider and who is responsible for driving the cart ahead. Let me elaborate on that. What should a battery energy storage system do? It should charge and discharge depending on who and when gives the command. The heart is the EMS system, where you have the hardware sitting, the power plant controller, where the software of the company providing it is loaded and is in charge of the communication between the aggregator, the IPTO, and on the other side with the plant, with the battery, with the power electronics to implement those commands, those orders. This tied together with a SCADA system for telecommand, remote control and cyber security aspects. This is more or less what this is the scope, so to speak, of the responsibilities of a company providing the EMS part in a battery park. Let's move on to the optimization part. The first question is when. When will this battery perform a charge cycle and a discharging cycle? Well, you have the aggregator analysis companies that look in the day time and estimate when such charging and discharging should take place. This is the input we're getting, regardless of whether we collaborate with company A or company B. And the last part of the jigsaw puzzle, and perhaps the untapped waters, is how much energy at the 15-minute resolution can a battery energy storage system get or give energy. A simplistic approach is that we have the maximum of the base load, we have the capacity, and the mathematical formula will give us the results. This has nothing to do with reality, actually, for simple reasons that are intertwined. The maximum capacity of the maximum output of a system is not stable throughout the discharging cycle. Maximum output is also differentiating depending on the different charging level or the different battery containers. Capacity is also not stable. It changes over time through wear and tear. And it also depends on perhaps the worst nightmare of a battery operator, that is self-consumption, the power that you need in order to keep the system cool or warm. This is very important, and perhaps it is not known to the wider public, that batteries do not have stable characteristics in terms of power. as well as in terms of their capacity. Right, so, and what I have already described is under normal operation without faults. If there is a fault, then depending on the architecture of the manufacture of the batteries, the restarting of the battery, as well as some components of the control that are done by the manufacturer, the aggregator is not aware of that. This can lead to confusion. I will just name an example. Let's say you have a PV with 10 inverters. One inverter fails, you have 1 out of 10 failure, 90% available. If the 1 out of 10 components of the converters of a battery fail through an automated way, the remaining 90% can cover the power without a deviation, but at the end of the day, the capacity of the cells is exhausted, and then you have a broader discrepancy and deviation at the end. This will lead to a red flag to the economic, to the financials manager, that will have to identify and address the question of how they will have an efficient battery system. In the 3 calls for tenders, one of the characteristics of a battery is for standby of the battery, where self-consumption is relatively low. They had a limit of 15% of the battery capacity for self-consumption. Well, to be honest, it wasn't 15%. The technology right now lies at 6-7%. The manager of the financial part has to manage 8% of the load, that is for cooling, HVAC. That is a part that cannot be foreseen. It can come at night or early in the morning where prices are low, late at night where prices are high. Then you have to manage an 8% discrepancy for just a small part of the causes that leads to these fluctuations, namely self-consumption. And this answers to who bears the responsibility. This is the most difficult part to manage. We believe that the person in charge of reading the data, of studying, analyzing, and being insightful as to the principles of operation of each battery manufacturer is the party providing the software management system. That is an aggregator that owns a battery, or an aggregator owning a portfolio of hundreds of batteries. We need to be the most helpful contributor to the aggregator, providing insights and data as to what their batteries can do when they want to monitor the battery, and be able to step in and maximize the financial output of the system by lifting the issue of deviations, of discrepancies. This is what is missing right now. This is where we have to focus on. And we think that the EMS provider is of key importance here. And you have triggered my interest in terms of the EMS. I will come back to that. Let me complete the first input with Mr. Statharas, who is head of energy market analysis with Kiefer. The question, Mr. Statharas, is how Kiefer as a company can maximize their position as based on the projects they're already operating. First of all, let me start by thanking as well for the invitation. I have a presentation, perhaps we can throw it. We have 6-7 minutes for this presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Terios Statharas. I'm head of energy market analysis with Kiefer, who has created the Hyperion X platform. We will take a look at how AI, together with mathematical optimization, can raise can lead to BESS profitability. We'll start with QA 2026. We have batteries ready to be put into operation by NX, and then we have near zero or negative prices early on from February 2026, which draws downwards the clearance prices and the capture net prices. And this requires that a higher percentage of battery systems be introduced into the Greek market. Let me say a couple of words about Hyperion X. I talked about that in the previous NX conference. It optimizes the forecasting of and the strategic participation through AI for zeroing imbalance costs and therefore increasing profitability and sustainability. They can use the platform. This in terms of stochastic renewables. In terms of distributed renewables, we can look into how profitability can be increased through two use cases and make reference to a case of a 6-month battery. We have been monitoring over time the self-consumption there and the issues we had to tackle in real-time operation. Let me share a couple of words on AI and how it helps us become better. We have two forecasts, so over 2 days. We have a simple day-ahead market. We're all very well aware of this market, and we are in position to understand its specificities. We have 2 days, a 2 days forecast, and we have a trajectory, and the trader could say that over the same times you have spikes in the prices. You can tell when the battery will charge or discharge. Indeed, the central charging and discharging schedule is from Hyperion, is similar to another provider. The difference lies into the detail in quarters where there are opportunities. In the first case, you have a discharge in the morning peak hour, and then you have the full charge during noon. In the other program, in the other schedule, you have a levelized charging and discharging. What actually happened and where is the difference of using AI? Looking at these days, within February, where you had negative prices, even in the midweek, the standard machine learning algorithms, they need historic data, a plethora of historic data. We didn't have near zero prices in February, midweek prices, and this is why they cannot capture it. On the contrary, an ecosystem that uses AI in forecasting, simulation from the market, as well as the behavior of players, provides the reduction. It is not a silver bullet, but gives a signal that allows us to charge at near zero prices and 30% better revenues. This is in the day-ahead market. If we look at upstream markets, where you have the opportunity, we can tap into the opportunity, we can analyze the volume of transactions that can take place, for example in XSpeed, or the demand side and how the operator communicates them in the FRR markets, then you can have a higher profitability. This is the one use case of the AI, and then you have a second one, a 6-month operation of the battery. We have historical data of contribution of co-consumption, of consumption, self-consumption, and generation of hybrid renewables tied with batteries. What we have seen there in Kiefer is that even a multi-hour battery, which could actually cover the whole load during the discharge, has a 15 to 25 theoretical load. 15 is the theoretical load. As said, there are particularities that arise from actual operation of the EMS as they get signals at zero feed-in and during deviations. we see that with the help of AI and mathematical optimization, an incentive for further profitability of batteries and optimization of those systems, which we provide to all aggregators. I would like to thank you for your attention. If there are aggregators that have interest into a demonstration, we are at your disposal.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists because they were very concise. So we have the opportunity to open a short discussion, 5 minutes, on the views that were presented. Mr. Statheras first. The question is regarding the aggregators or small producers. What do they have to win from this system? Essentially, the Hyperion platform is an ecosystem which utilizes many new GPUs, the NVIDIA ones, so they can get a snapshot of all the phenomena and have a real-time prognosis with a very important advantage in the accuracy of prognosis. This means that we can have a better weather forecast, thus energy production forecast. And this gives more competitive prices for investors with a lower fee. Thank you. Next question from Mr. Dimas. We have the AMS system, we have the vertical companies. Which is the relation in between the two? Which is the more significant in your view? Both is the clear question. We have some aggregators that can find when very easily. If we fail at when, but we give a wrong value into the system, then we won't have a good outcome. Otherwise, if we give a correct value, but if we take the measurement at an erroneous point in time within a day, then we'll have misleading outcome again. So these two factors are very closely connected to each other. So we are guiding the aggregator to take decisions and at the same time ensuring the demands for requests against the producer. Because they don't want to overdraw from the battery so that it will be replenished very quickly. We are trying to give a solution for the best asset life. So we need both at the same time. Thank you for your answer. Next question from Mr. Cordonos. You mentioned commercial schemes. But not all aggregators can support these in the renewables projects. Which is the important factor to know whether an aggregator can support this scheme or not? This relates to all stakeholders and the revenues that they wish to have. The appropriate commercial scheme can lead the aggregator to the multi-market optimization, namely draw from many different markets at the same time. But let me come back to my previous mention about flexibility and demand response, which is important. Nowadays, the market is ahead from the regulator or the state, and we are speaking about the downstream storage. If we have behind-the-meter storage, we can maximize outcome. The new challenge is a new market model where both legislators and the operators are a bit hesitant, and they do not let these types of models because there is no framework for the behind-the-meter battery contributions. Usually, this is identified with a renewable source and not a metering request. So the new challenges would demand innovation and trust by both the operator and all stakeholders, so as to let the investments be attracted in a free manner. So funding is important. So you say that the market is ahead than the legislator. Okay, thank you. Next question to Mrs. Zacharia. You spoke about a very rough market. You spoke about tools. What is it that we don't have today in the balancing market? For the aggregators, it's important to have access to stations, to projects, so that we can participate within the balancing market. We have cooperated with the Power, and we're offering balancing services. So we also need to have batteries so that they can offer the most services that they possible. The information we have from our associate, Inspire, is that a battery station can increase its income, its revenue by at least 60%, 60%, according to the operation. The cycles, the warranties they have from the manufacturer, and the software they run. Optimization algorithm, and participation in auxiliary balancing market. So to conclude, today the renewable market is flexible enough, and we need to be very cautious. The framework has to be dynamic, because we might need the continuous changes. So we need to be very, very cautious. We have to continue develop as a sector. The aggregators, the players, the operators, and the state. Mr. Antonopoulos, you spoke about procedure which is ongoing. Can you preview, forecast how this will end? Who is going to be the winner? My motivation was a discussion I had about the energy exchange in the UK, about batteries mainly. There, in the UK, The most efficient companies with the best resources are the ones that buy out the others. Some small companies cannot stand the competition. We are very early in this process. We're not a mature battery market, especially due to the regulatory constraints, limitations rather. This is why we say that we need to let the market free so the best player can win. I cannot look back and based on my experience on the lessons learned to understand who is going to be the winner in the next few years. There are companies that just enter the game. They are here and they are successful from day one. So you want a free market, a competitive market, so that we can see innovations and revenue for all. Right? Yes, exactly. When trying to become better, we will give the best services we can. Thank you. And the last question for Mr. Kalaitzakis. I understand that NX has given a report to the Ministry of Energy for the PPA's management. Can you give us in bullets the results of this report? For the first time this year, we shared with the Ministry a long report that analyzes the market situation and some of our recommendations to lift some restrictions so that PPAs can enter the next phase. We have considered some ACER conclusions based on the Pan-European survey. For example, the demand-side aggregation shows a departmentalization of demand. And if we manage to find how the smaller demand can be aggregated, then we will have a higher demand. We are also discussing of how to set off the day-ahead market at a reference value that will reflect the PPA levels instead of keeping with the market clearing value. This relates to the dynamic character of energy transactions in the physical market. Also, we have given a yellow flag to cross-border PPAs and the time constraints of the capacity rights at the moment. ACER has also found something similar. And finally, we analyze the state-backed guarantees status in countries like Spain or France or Italy or Norway, Poland, etc., in which cases the state can be the guarantor in the case of turbulences. Thank you, everyone. This was a very interesting discussion.
Λοιπόν, ο κύριος Στάμτσης παίρνει άριστα.
Well done, Mr. Stamtsis. You managed time in the best possible way. Talking about energy management, you managed time exceptionally. I would like to give the floor to Michalis Mastorakis now, the esteemed colleague and journalist, to moderate an interesting panel concerning the new complex role of energy suppliers in their relationship with consumers. Michalis, you have the floor. This is the last panel. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for sticking until the end to listen to this very interesting discussion. Good afternoon. This is the last panel of the first day, titled The New Complex Role of Energy Suppliers in Their Relationship with Consumers, Expanding Products and Services for a Smart, Cost-Effective and Energy-Efficient Building. Let me briefly introduce my other speakers. Christos Yannitsidis, Director and Residential and Corporate Projects with PPC, Kostas Ευθυμιάδης, New Product Solutions Director with Protergia, Mr. Yannis Balas, Energy and E-Mobility Services Department Manager at Heron, as well as Zoe Tritsaroli, Head of Strategy and Research, Choose Strategic Communications Partner. We will have the opportunity to discuss the issue already introduced. Let me, by way of introduction, say that this is closely linked to the whole energy issue. It has a special position within the Power and Gas Forum because it wants to put into the focus the relationship with consumers, since it redefines the commodities, the products made available in the market. This is from the energy supplier's perspective, as well as the consumer's interest. It is very important to deep dive into the discussion, all the more in an era where energy cost is very relevant, and how we can keep it under control, how we can limit it. And this is a question that we need to respond to towards the towards consumers, as to how a building can become an energy efficiency tool. Let me start off by giving the floor to Mrs. Zoe Tritsaroli. She has a presentation to share with us, will give us a different perspective on this matter, and then we will follow up with the discussion. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Zoe Tritsaroli. I'm Head of Strategy and Research with Choose Strategic Communications Partner that is present in critical sectors of the Greek economy, energy being one of those. In order to design products, design services, we first need to understand consumers, and even more importantly is to understand the individual behind the consumer, the energy consumer in this case. How does the Greek look like today? How is the Greek for whom we design services? Greeks have experienced successive crises and changes. They have become resilient and adaptive, and they move on, they stay less faithful. What is increased over time is the cost of energy, the financials, and the cost of its living and mental and physical health. This shows how high the pressure is. This is a perma-crisis. This is a long-dragging living crisis, a life crisis, so to speak. Then again, the Greek consumer, has a very valuable asset, their home, which is a basic pillar of economic safety. This is the personal space, the social identity, where they belong and their community. This multifunctional hub became even more important during the pandemic. We were living there, we were working from our house, we were entertaining ourselves, we grew there, we protected and developed there. This is why the energy this asset needs is very important. Nevertheless, 60% of the residences are actually old. They're more than 30 years. 10% has been renovated. 7 out of 10 property owners say they would be willing to renovate, but this is cost highly. This is very pricey. 60% is the average purchase price of residences in Attica compared to 28%. This is 60% higher. This is why the owning house that was 85% in 2005 went down to 70% in 2023. It is more difficult to own a house today, and this is why we have the generation rent. It is harder to gain. They will not be able to afford their own home. They will be renting throughout life. It will be very difficult to own, even more so to renovate a building. This is very difficult for the companies that provide such projects. We need to understand at the same time that this had a radical shift in the mindset from the grand scheme to the small scheme. From future, we shifted to the now, and from our grand life plans, we shifted towards survival. And from how I would like to be, we shifted to how I feel, because they're under pressure. Where does Greeks find themselves right now? They want to give themselves, to avail themselves to breathing. They want to breathe. And it's very important to be able to cope, and this is why they are looking for empowering mechanisms, small acts of self-care, to be able to feel that they are winning at a certain part of life. Their wishes are being satisfied and accommodated. Small wins. They put themselves at the forefront, and they're looking for quality of life. Small, quick wins, self-care, little bit of sports, little bit of diet, a weekend away. All this is self-care. And how about energy within this context? A category that is very noisy, a category that is full of colors, tariffs, and pricing structure that is difficult to understand, kilowatt hours, suppliers, comparison, and the end consumer is not certain as to what they pay. They do not know what they pay, and this leads to a higher cognitive load for them. Energy needs to become cleaner, more clear and simpler, because they need to understand not just the cost, but also how they can predict. They need predictability. They need more reward to be rewarded for their role in this category. And what do consumers need from energy suppliers? An ally, an enabler that will help them live a better life, a qualitative life, manage their financials better, and their assets even more so, their own investments in property. Therefore, for a smarter and building, we need to put the individual in front, at the forefront. The more we understand them, the more efficient our strategy can be, the more productive our products can become. Thank you. I think this gives an interesting perspective into the discussion. Let me turn to you, Mr. Yantsidis. Consumers indeed are having a more complex role aside from the purchase of price. How does this resonate with PPC, and what are the solutions offered that change the daily life of consumers? Thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation as well. Let me start off by saying that PPC is already aligned with the new role of energy suppliers. PPC, we do not believe that we are an energy supplier. We think that we are a power tech. What this practically means is that we want to provide integrated solutions in terms of energy, of technology, that gives added value to our clients. Only if we managed to own this perspective, be able to look at what our consumers, individual consumers want, we will be able to make the next step forward. Furthermore, in our design, in our planning, we need to take the stand, the experience of what consumers expect. We shift towards holistic products and solutions. We are not talking about products, we're talking about consultation, about guidance, an experience that provides insights without changing the daily life of consumers. We already try, and we have managed to do so, to develop solutions customized to our customer segments. This is why we launched My Hotels, My Trip for hoteliers, that is based on telemetering, providing charges at the premises of the hotel to be able to support their consumers as well. It unlocks benefits and premiums with Kotsovolos, that is a company retailer under the PPC group. And this is tied also to the PPC Pro, a service that is tailored to this solution. We do not look at a single tariff, at a single service. We look at an ecosystem. We provide an integrated ecosystem so that our consumer segments can identify themselves with that. Thank you. How does the role of suppliers change in the new setting? Thank you. I would agree.
Energy from a product becomes a service, and the consumers wish to have lower cost. Of course, control, transparency, and stability. The geopolitical turbulences accelerate electrification and more distributed energy models. In this model, in this framework, the consumers wishes to find autonomy and predictability. So the role of the operators, suppliers rather, from suppliers they become providers of integrated solution with energy, technology plus services. Proteria focuses on a one-stop shop, offering a full package of solutions, savings, production solutions, etc. Thank you.
Κύριε Μπάρλα, να κλείσουμε τον πρώτο κύκλο με εσάς και σε ό,τι αφορά πάλι το ρόλο των προμηθευτών.
As regards suppliers, it seems that it changes a lot. So what do you think that these are the basic elements? Let me thank you for inviting me to this forum. It is very interesting, and we have the opportunity to speak with very important companies, and we see that this transformation is here to stay. It is true that transformation has started a long time ago, not so much based on savings, but rather green energy. If you remember, we started discussing program 1 and photovoltaics when we wanted to show the consumers that the supplier and the service can come as a package. But of course, at the same time, we see infrastructure changes, for example, transformation of buildings, energy savings, initiatives, etc. As Mrs. Saroni mentioned, we have 60% buildings that need to be renovated or upgraded, energy upgraded. So here we see that people are more knowledgeable, but at the same time they hesitate because they do not know which will be the result of such a move. Iran thus has planned some solutions for heating, transition in transports, electric cars, for example, self-production of energy with the possibility of storage so that we can save money and not only have a PV station. So this whole environment will contribute essentially to a better confidence level that will lead to the transformation of infrastructures in the country. Thank you so much. We have gotten some answers that show that the suppliers are ready to serve the new needs. Mr. Barlas, what about the consumers? Are they at the level to accept the new models, the new schemes, and maybe to invest so that they will have a better energy efficient building? Or should they be further convinced? Actually, based on our experience, we see that the households themselves will not are not bold enough if there is no state support in such initiatives. The consumers are motivated only if the motives are given by the state. Otherwise, they are hesitant. So we need some tools, and this is why we believe that we want to transform the ecosystem so that we can guide in an auxiliary manner the consumers so that they can have more energy efficient buildings. I remind you that 5 years ago we never thought of the energy consumption of the boilers or whatever we have at home. Now we are more aware and we are more educated, so as consumers, so we can understand better how we can optimize our energy consumption within the building, within the house or the hotel or any other type of building. So this is important for us as suppliers, the providers, to guide the audiences towards energy efficient solutions. Mr. Efthymiadis, the same question for you. We're speaking about a very broad product, considering energy saving needs in our country. We understand that this is there's a huge need if we want to reach the goals we have for a 10 years horizon. if we want the consumers to adopt this type of mindset, what should we do so that we educate them and they are streamlined with these types of interventions? Of course, they have to be educated more. They have to understand which will be the benefit after such interventions. And also they will be assisted to carry out this investment. Also, it is important to have easy plans, to offer them easy plans, because the enemy of innovation is complexity. We need to offer easy solutions that everyone could implement. Thank you. Mr. Yanzidis, the same question for you. PPC for the moment is very well renowned to consumers. What is your opinion? Are they ready to proceed to such new packages? Always the consumers are hesitant when we introduce some new types of products. What we have to do is to show them how beneficial these new products are. In an energy saving system, for example, or building efficiency program, we have to make them understand which will be the process and how they will benefit from these types of products. This is the only way to go. I believe that at some point we will have easy solutions, cost-saving solutions that will also be energy saving. And I believe that the more clients will have they will adopt such schemes via word of mouth, the audience will become larger, the clientele will become more expanded. What about the primes and sustainability? How can it be correlated and connected with cost efficiency without burdening the consumers even further? It is so important that we avoid fatigue, because the consumers believe that the energy market is a very complex market to understand. We need to individualize the needs and also the solutions. We need to understand the profiles of consumers, the consumption profile and the household profile, their capacity, their relation to energy. They will be the ones to come closer to the final product, and the providers will be consultants to the consumer, so that they will guide them to adopt a new mindset, a new role in the energy transaction. Now, let me ask you one more question. Nowadays, when both competitiveness and geopolitical conflicts are heavy, what is your answer? Adjustability is the key word to all questions. People change, the market changes. We need agility. We need to hear the needs of the consumer. We need to forward technologies, and we have to understand the needs of human consumers. We should be in the position to see ahead and understand how changed needs will be married to changed solutions. Mr. Yantsidis, we also have dynamic bills, dynamic charges. Already the tariffs are in the focus of all discussions of energy consumers. How can we guide the consumers, understand the tariff schemes in a better way so that they can benefit from what is offered by the billing policies now? I believe that the dynamic tariffs are a very good starting point, and the launching method is important so that it can be well received by the consumers. But nevertheless, we need some prerequisites. First, education. Consumers have to be educated and understand what smart meters are and how their daily routines can change. Number two, the energy suppliers should build specific products that will cover specific needs of customers. Number three, we should also provide consultation and guidance so that the consumers can change their consumption scheme accordingly. In other words, we have to provide a set of digital tools so that we can access the customers via a fully interactive process. The most important thing to say is that dynamic tariff is not for everyone. I believe that it is a specific segment of users that wish to be dynamic and shift their consumption into the best zones within the day. Most consumers, I believe that they will opt for less anxious solutions, more steady solutions, but we'll have this percentage of dynamic users, players. Mr. Efthymiadis, the successful products and services manage to decrease energy consumption because they can decrease energy cost. But of course, the consumers wish to sell higher, the supplier wish to sell higher quantities. So how can we match these two sides and see a convergence in between supplier and consumer? One side wishes to sell, the other side wishes to decrease cost. It is not a paradoxical marriage. It is based on the good relation with the customer. The supplier wishes to have loyal customers, and that's why we have to educate them to use PVs, to use batteries, to use smart meters in order to maximize, to optimize their energy profile. The supplier always wins when they give to the clients the best tools to manage their consumption. Mr. Parlas, what about AI? Certainly, it influences the shaping of product profiles. What about the prosumer's profile, where we see AI being used more and more? Do you believe that we should enhance even further this trend because it leads to more positive outcomes? This is a very nice question. AI is significantly influencing our work. Apart from the technical and technological infrastructure, we also need to show the way and pave the way so that people will easily leave the fixed tariffs behind AI can play a critical role here. We have inputs from all devices inside the building, and an energy building gives the opportunity for us to intervene drastically without the owner or the resident to act so that they can have an optimal consumption. So AI will make our lives easier because they will help us improve our energy profiles, and at the same time they can reflect the data of both the building and the consumer routines. So actually this is the discussion of the future, how innovative products that transition into energy consumption in relation to dynamic tariffs will be able to maximize energy output and efficiency. So we need to see this discussion evolving into the future. But of course, the consumers need to lock down a price since the prices go up, and we see that the fixed tariffs are the most favorable ones. We are about to close this panel, so if someone wishes to say something more, no. So let's finish our discussion by saying that if we repeat this discussion 1 year from today, of course, we'll have learned much more from our experience from energy-efficient buildings, energy-efficient consumer profiles, and this will reflect on the tariffs, I am sure, especially as regards the understanding of the Greek consumers. Certainly, this will need a new mindset and, of course, a more educated client that will understand the information given. This way, we can have individualized packages that will cover fluctuating needs that change according to the needs of a household or a building. And of course, it will be a thing to see how we can convince the market to enter this new mindset, because due to the current evolutions in the Middle East, the prices are going up, and it is difficult to convince people that a dynamic or fluctuating tariff can be more beneficial in the long term for the consumers. So thank you everyone for being here. See you tomorrow.
And with that, with this very interesting panel, for which I would like to thank my colleague Mr. Mastorakis and the panelists about the supply-consumer relationship, we have reached the end of the first day of the Power and Energy and Gas Forum. This showcases the interest of those that remained until now, as well as those watching us online. Thank you very much. We start at 9 sharp Greek time tomorrow morning with Mr. Tsafos, the Deputy Minister, for introductory speech. And then you can follow the program and the agenda online as well. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Η Ελλάδα μετατρέπεται σε ενεργειακή πύλη, σε έναν κόμβο σταθερότητας, καινοτομίας και διασυνδεσιμότητας. Στην καρδιά αυτής της εξέλιξης βρίσκεται ο νέος σταθμός συμπίεσης του ΔΕΣΦΑ στην Κομοτηνή. Μία επένδυση ύψους 134 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ με κινητήριο δύναμη την καινοτομία ενισχύει την ανθεκτικότητα και την ευελιξία του συστήματος, εξασφαλίζοντας αδιάλειπτη ροή ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Πρόκειται για τον πρώτο σταθμό συμπίεσης αερίου στη χώρα που λειτουργεί με ηλεκτρική ενέργεια, προσφέροντας μηδενικές εκπομπές ρήπων, χαμηλό κόστος συντήρησης, κορυφαία ακρίβεια και έλεγχο στη λειτουργία. Μία καινοτομία που ανοίγει το δρόμο για ένα μέλλον πιο καθαρό, πιο βιώσιμο. Ένα έργο υψηλής τεχνικής πολυπλοκότητας και άρτιας εκτέλεσης, με την υγεία και την ασφάλεια να αποτελούν αδιαπραγμάτευτες αξίες. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής αναδεικνύει τον ρόλο της Ελλάδας ως πυλώνα σταθερότητας και γέφυρα περιφερειακής συνεργασίας στην νοτιοανατολική και κεντρική Ανατολική Ευρώπη, καθώς επιτρέπει την αύξηση των ενεργειακών ροών και ενδυναμώνει την εξαγωγική δυνατότητα της χώρας. Σε πλήρη συνέργεια με τις κύριες ενεργειακές υποδομές της Ελλάδας, διευκολύνει τη συνεχή και ασφαλή μεταφορά ενέργειας από διαφορετικές πηγές σε όλη τη χώρα και προς την Ευρώπη. Μια κομβική ενεργειακή υποδομή για τον κάθετο διάδρομο φυσικού αερίου. Ο σταθμός συμπίεσης Κομοτηνής συμβάλλει στη βελτίωση της ευελιξίας του συστήματος, στη διαφοροποίηση των πηγών εφοδιασμού και στην ενίσχυση της ενεργειακής ασφάλειας της νοτιοανατολικής και κεντρικής Ανατολικής Ευρώπης, προωθώντας τη συνεργασία και την κοινή ανάπτυξη. Από την Ελλάδα στην Ευρώπη μεταφέρουμε ενέργεια όπου και όταν χρειάζεται, διαμορφώνοντας ένα ανθεκτικό, διασυνδεδεμένο και βιώσιμο ενεργειακό μέλλον. Η καρδιά της ενέργειας χτυπάει στην Κομοτηνή, στην Ελλάδα, στην Ευρώπη.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. Ecoelas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. Ecoelas, green present, clean future.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενους μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ. Στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
Energy is an ever-evolving force, timeless, ever-changing. Our story began in 1972. Ever since, we have been fueling countless of your moments every single day. We support the Greek economy from the very start. Our investment plan aims at a better future for all. We continuously contribute to the energy stability of Greece. We stand by the Greek society. We rise to the challenge of the constantly growing energy needs of our times. We care about the environment, and we are focusing on people's needs. We combine knowledge and growth. We lead the way with new of Greece. We stand by the Greek society. We rise to the challenge of the constantly growing energy needs of our times. We care about the environment, and we are focusing on people's needs. We combine knowledge and growth. We lead the way with new, innovative solutions. We invest in new, environmentally friendly forms of energy. We provide more options, more alternatives. Energy is ever evolving. With the driving force of energy, we move forward into the future.